君はね確かにあの時私のそばにいたいつだっていつだっていつだってすぐ横で笑っていたなくしても取り戻す君を I will never leave you
On a battle, then I'll take it to the street where there's no rules. Take off the gloves, rip please to down. Gotta prove my skills, so get down. My lyrical depth to roll, battle smack down now. Gotta shoot to kill, I shoot to skill. Don't you be afraid, man's gotta do how it feels. 6 to 7 to 8 to 9, 10. I flip the script to make it to the top 10. Go.
Taking rock, I walk away from a sunless room. Windless night, moonlight nights. My ghost reach a glow as a room from room. Night free dance, a reading's word
About now, I'm gonna make you dance.
reminds me that
You know what I mean? Going crazy
I
tonight,
still live.
just like that. Hey, every man's gotta fight the fear. I'm the first to admit a shit. Thoughts provoke the new era. Become a bit terror, but my only rival is my shadow. We run to play back and fix my own era. Getting low to the ground, it's getting better like I told you before. Double up a dead road cheddar. L to the J, say stay laced. Here's my call, me Royal Flush, and I'm the ace.
Time waits for no one. All are equal in its flow, all lives born to their ends. You who would protect the glimmer of the finite future, you have a single year. Go forth and live in the time given to you, even in these halcyon days of repose. Let your heart guide you and never stray from its path. Hey everybody, this is going to be my first full-length video ever that I've ever done, and I just want to say, for anybody who's watching, thank you, and I really appreciate it. So, just jumping straight into the video, this will be my first ever playthrough of Persona 3 Reload, on the hardest difficulty in Merciless mode. It's not the first time I ever played the game, because I did play it when it first came out last year, and it was really fun, and I hadn't touched it since then, so I kind of forgot some things, kind of remembered something. It's hard to forget a game like this, for me personally, but yeah, this is going to be pretty much, not a short recap, but a recap nonetheless of my journey through going on the hardest difficulty ever. So some things might be hard, some things were not, some things were just kind of weird, but yeah. As a side note, anything that you see in this video is edited by me and only me. So it took me a long time to do this. This recording all this and editing all this took me a long time. So again, I appreciate to anybody who watches this and leaves a comment or like, you know, just anything is appreciated. You know, thank you. So aside from that, we will move on to the game. So after that cutscene, we go ahead and go towards the dorm we're supposed to be heading towards. And along the way, we kind of see some weird stuff that's not normal. We see these big old coffins with a scary red aura around them, and our main character, if you read the dialogue, doesn't really seem to care about what's kind of happening or going on. He's just another Tuesday, I guess, as some would say. But leaving that small area and after reading the dialogue, if you want, we go ahead and pass more coffins. As he looks towards the building, we reach Iwatoira dorm, and we get name dropped by the game. We head inside and we see someone and greeted with someone very strange.
Welcome.
The little kid tells us to write our name down in the book, and I decided you can write whatever you want. You can use your name. I've never done that. I went with Makoto Yuki, which is one of the official names for the main character Persona 3. He has a lot of other names which you can read on screen over here, but I like this one the most personally.
says is that you accept full responsibility for your actions. Good. Time is something no one can escape. It delivers us all to the same end. You can't plug your ears or cover your eyes. And so, it begins.
Who's there?
After that strange encounter with the ghost boy who goes away into the ether, I presume, we are greeted with another strange sight, a girl with a gun, and somebody else who is another resident of the dorm. They both are residents. And they tell us, hey, you know, welcome to the dorm, and they don't really explain much of what's going on as of right now. And again, main character being depressed and emo doesn't really care. I mean, I wouldn't either, I'll be real. After I watched this song, he just, you know, wrote his name away into God knows what.
I'm one of the students who live in this dorm.
Who's he?
He's a transfer student. It was a last-minute decision to assign him here. He'll eventually be moved to a room in the boys' dorm.
Is it okay for him to be here?
I guess we'll see. This is Yukari Takeba. She'll be a second year this spring, just like you.
Call me Takeba.
But aside from that, the girl in pink shows us our room, and in there you can do all sorts of stuff. Later on, not as of right now, but if you check your closet real quick, even now, you can check your DLC items if you you know, paid extra $40 for that.
What kid? What are you talking about? Come on, that's not.
Like Persona 5's DLC, in which you actually get very useful items like such as healing and skill cards in that game. When you get DLC, you can check your closet, do that. That which makes your hard mode run or whatever run so much easier compared to the starting of Persona 3 Merciless mode. But unfortunately for me, and thankful for you guys so you can watch me suffer, is you don't get any of that. Not with 3. You only get costumes and DLC cosmetics and tracks from other games, which are bangers, I will admit. But not worth the money though. But hey, I love this game, so I paid a little bit more than the normal person would. But you know, it is what it is. But other than that, there's not much to do in our room, and we just sleep. We just conk out, and you know, see you the next day.
This is how we'll be getting to school every day. It's a monorail. Pretty cool, huh?
After that little cutscene with Car in the monorail, we finally arrive at Gekkoukan High School, where a majority of the game will take place. I'd say like around 50% of this, if not 40. But yeah, after another cutscene of Yukari and Makoto heading towards the school, we finally arrive, and Yukari tells us to, she tells us, hey, you're on your own, I need to get to class. So we find a bulletin board, and we find our homeroom teacher, but we need to go to the faculty office to go and meet her. Meeting here is Miss Toriumi. She's our homeroom teacher.
You're a second year, correct? Wow, you've lived in a lot of different places. Let's see, 10 years ago, your parents... I'm sorry, I've been so busy, I didn't have time to read this beforehand. I'm Ms. Toriumi. I teach composition. Welcome to our school.
After talking a little bit more with Miss Toriumi, we head over towards the auditorium where every student is gathered to be greeted by the principal starting the new year. The principal isn't really important, so we're not going to worry about him. He literally only shows up in, like, I'd say around maybe 3 or 4 cutscenes, if not a little bit less or a little bit more, but we barely ever see him. But what is important is the cutscene that's playing right now where the kid behind us asks, hey, you know, what's up with you and Yukari? You know, you walk together here, you know, you guys a thing, you know, she have a boyfriend, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, there's already, like, things going around, rumors being spread, assumedly. And we kind of find out a little bit, you know, character-wise, is that Yukari is popular, I guess. Class ends for the day, but we are greeted with one of the main characters of the game.
What's up, dude? How's it going? What? Don't look at me like that. Oh, come on. Let me introduce myself at least. Call me Junpei. Junpei Iori.
Junpei is one of my more favorite characters in this game for a lot of reasons, but for reasons I cannot say until later, so I'll be saving that for when we get to it, otherwise it will be spoilers.
Nice guy I am. Hey, it's Yucatan! Didn't think we'd be in the same class again.
There you go again, acting like everybody's.
We also see that Yukari and Junpei are in the same class as us, quite a coincidence as one would say. And there's also a dialogue option that says, you know, it must be fate. But you actually can't say that unless you played a New Game Plus in which your social stats would carry over, because you need courage to say that. I accidentally picked it because I didn't think that was even a thing, but I believe every Persona game actually has a dialogue option like that near the beginning where it's like, oh, it must be fate, haha, jokingly, or just like something like that, and it's like, oh, you need like this social stat for it.
I know, but still, I was a little surprised.
Hello? Are you forgetting I'm in this class too? Anyway, I gotta ask. I heard you guys walk to school together. What's up with that? Come on, give me the dirt.
Huh? What are you talking about? We just happen to live in the same.
It also seems that, in fact, rumors have already spread about us and Yukari being a thing, and Junpei assumes the worst after Yukari kind of doesn't really give the best explanation or the best line, trying to prevent any more rumors from being spread, because she's not the greatest with words. I'll say that much.
Okay, good. Seriously, don't say anything about last night, okay? What?
Last night?
Wait a minute, don't get the wrong idea. Listen, I just met him yesterday, and there is absolutely nothing between us.
But after that little funny cutscene, we go ahead and leave with Junpei going towards the station, going home, after which we part ways.
Right. Say, you thinking about joining a club? Oh, wait. New members gotta wait a while before they can apply. Your stop's at Iwatodai, right? Worms, man. Must be nice. Talk about living life wild and free. Well, I'm going this way, so see you tomorrow.
After having a short conversation with Mitsuru, we head up to our room, not really able to do much else as of right now.
I'm going out for a bit. Have you seen the newspapers lately? There's a lot going on.
I know. Severe cases of apathy syndrome are suddenly developing in people who showed no symptoms prior. It's been quite a topic of discussion. They say it's due to stress, but...
Yeah, right. It's gotta be them. Otherwise, it's not worth my time.
You have a one-track mind. Will you be okay out there on your own?
Don't worry. I'm just getting a little practice.
This isn't a game, Akihiko.
After that cutscene between Mitsuru and someone she knows named Akihiko, who seems to also live in the dorm, we learn about a mysterious illness called apathy syndrome. Akihiko says it could be them, but who or what is them? After that, the game introduces us to social stats, which are very important to the game in terms of building our relationships with people. The three social stats are intelligence, charm, and courage. Each are ranked up doing various activities and choosing certain dialogues. You do want to max them out because, again, you can only talk to certain people if you have a certain rank, or even do certain things by having a certain rank in a certain social stat. Because there's only 3 of them, unlike Persona 5 where there was 5 of them, it's a lot easier to rank them up and like kind of build around when you want to choose to do certain things to raise up your social stats instead of doing something else. After reaching the dorm again, we meet with somebody named Ikutsuki, the chairman of the board of the school. You can ask him a few questions about about certain things, but I chose not to because I already kind of knew what was going on. But essentially, he just gives you a rundown on the dorm and who he is and what he does for the dorm in the school.
I'm sure you're worn out from all these formalities.
He's also a terrible pun artist.
As they say, the early bird catches the bookworm. Get it? Bookworm? Because you're students? Clever, isn't it?
I'll head back to my room, too. Like the chairman said, you should get some rest. Transferring schools is a real pain when you're not used to it. Good night.
Yukari tells us goodnight. We head up to her room and sleep, where we then get a cutscene of Ikutsuki, Mitsuru, and Yukari monitoring us on some kind of giant TV/computer.
So, how's he doing?
He went to bed a little while ago. He's currently fast asleep. Mr. Chairman, do you think he's...
Well, let's wait and see for now. The dark hour is approaching.
We then get a cutscene of something very strange.
The program you just heard was sponsored by Kirijo Electronics, bringing the future to you. The time is now 12 a.m.
Huh? What the? What's happening to me?
We then finally get an explanation as to what is happening each night.
Sleeping. The dark hour occurs every day at 12 midnight. You could say it's the hidden hour. During this time, an ordinary person transmogrifies into a coffin and is oblivious to all that occurs.
Then he must be...
As you can see, he's retained his human form. He may be asleep, but he's definitely experiencing the dark hour. The only question that remains is whether or not he has the potential. Though, come to think of it, he must. If he didn't, they would have preyed on him by now.
Scary.
In any case, we should continue to monitor him for a few more days.
Yes, sir.
I feel kinda bad, though, spying on him like this.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. My name is Igor. I am delighted to make your acquaintance. This is Elizabeth. She's a resident here, like myself.
Pleased to meet you.
After meeting a mysterious long-nosed man named Igor and his assistant, he tells us that we will need his help soon after we have signed a contract, telling us that only those who sign the contract can even go to the place that he's in, named the Velvet Room. We'll be coming here a lot.
From now on, you shall be welcome here as a guest in the Velvet Room. You were destined to hone your unique ability, and you will require my assistance to do so. I only ask one thing in return. Abide by your contract, and assume full responsibility for the choices you make. That is fine, for now. Hold on to this. Until we meet again.
How is he?
Looks like he's a little worn out. He went to bed without changing out of his uniform. Other than that, nothing has changed since last night.
Very interesting. Even those who have the potential tend to be unstable at first. Memory loss, disorientation. This subject is rather unique. He hasn't exhibited any of the common symptoms.
But we're treating him like a guinea pig.
Oh, don't look at it like that. The two of you are classmates, right? Consider it an opportunity to have someone your own age here. Besides, we need all the help we can get.
I guess that's true, but still.
Command room speaking. Akihiko, what's wrong?
You're not gonna believe it. This thing is huge. Unfortunately, it's chasing after me right now. I'm almost back. Just letting you know in advance.
Does that mean he's bringing that thing here?
Mr. Chairman, that's enough observation for now. We need to prepare for combat.
Right. Be careful.
After a few more cutscenes are played out, we then see Akihiko come in at night very injured into the dorm, Mitsuru and the others very worried about what could be outside. We don't know what attacked him outside.
I'm alright. Get ready to be surprised. It'll be here any second.
This is no time to joke around.
Is it one of them, Sanada-kun?
Yeah, but not an ordinary one.
Ah! What was that? You've got to be kidding me!
Mr. Chairman, please head for the command room. Takeba, go upstairs and wake him up. Then escape out the back.
Yukari comes into her room and says that something's happening outside and that we need to go up to the roof.
Oh, wait! Take this just in case. Okay, let's go.
Upon reaching the roof, we then see what attacked Akihiko outside.
Should be safe for now. Huh? No way! That's it! One of the monsters that attacked us! It's a shadow!
After the mysterious dark creature lunges towards us, Yukari pulls out her gun to do something, but is unable to pull a trigger, forcing the protagonist to take matters into his own hands.
It's here.
Wait.
Go on.
I am thou, thou art I. From the sea of thy soul I come. I am Orpheus, master of strings.
Just as we thought.
earth was that?
Is it over?
After that very cool cutscene, we then go into our first fight, having finally awakened to our persona. We then defeat each enemy with ease, but then the main character passes out.
Are you okay? Oh, come on! Can you hear me? Oh, say something!
It's so good to see you again.
After we pass out, we wake up in the villa room again, seeing Igor, and he explains to us what happened to us and that we awakened to our persona.
I see that it was Orpheus who heeded your call. Very interesting.
He then explains what personas are.
The manifestation of your psyche. A persona is a facet of your personality that surfaces as you react to external stimuli. You can think of it as a mask that protects you as you brave many hardships.
He then tells us a very important detail that we need to form bonds with others, or social links as they're called, saying that our persona and ourselves as a person will grow stronger the more bonds we form and the stronger those bonds are.
Bonds by becoming involved with others. Your own social links will gradually develop. The strength of these social links will foster the growth of your persona abilities. Please remember this. Now then, time marches on in your world. I shouldn't keep you here any longer. Next time we meet, you will come here of your own accord. Until then, farewell.
After that cutscene with Igor, we see that we were passed out for 7 days, waking up in the hospital. We find that Yukari is by our bedside.
You're awake! How do you feel? Thank goodness you finally woke up! Oh, this is Tatsumi Memorial Hospital. It's just a short walk from the station. The doctor couldn't find anything wrong. He said you were just exhausted. Hey, I'm sorry I wasn't helpful at all back there. But wow, that power of yours...
After we wake up, she explains to us what happened that night, saying that we encountered something called shadows, saying that she'll explain everything later with the others.
We call it persona, and those creatures you defeated are shadows, our enemies. We'll explain everything later. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before.
The next day in our room, we find something shiny. Picking it up, we can see that's a Twilight fragment. We don't know what these are used for right now, but just know that right now, that these are incredibly valuable and rare. After leaving our room, we go and meet with the group in the dorm, including Ikutsuki, as they fill us in on all the questions we have. We are formally introduced to Akihiko Sanada. They tell us that the dark hour is a time separate from the usual 24 hours in a day, a hidden hour as they call it. Every night at midnight, normal people don't know that they are in coffins during this time. However, shadows only appear during the dark hour as well, attacking those outside of coffins. Ikutsuki tells us that...
In any case, I'll get to the point. We are the Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad. SEAS for short.
Cleverly hiding the group from school via disguise as a club, Mitsuru is the leader and Ikutsuki as the club advisor. Mitsuru tells us that the shadows feed on the minds of its prey, the victim is becoming a living husk, or corpse, known as apathy syndrome that we heard about a few days ago, sometimes referring to those people as the Lost. Ikutsuki tells us that the shadows are only killable via personas, despite being able to be killed via weapons in-game, but I presume from a lore standpoint conventional weapons wouldn't work, or at least I would assume so. After all this, Ikutsuki asks us to join Seize. Mitsuru says that they have already prepared an evoker, the name of the specialized gun that we saw Yukari try to use earlier but failed. After agreeing to join, something special happens.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of the Fool Arcana.
Hi, how have you been?
That night, the mysterious boy from the beginning of the game appears in our room, waking up as he talks to us, not really saying too much and being vague. Before he leaves, he tells us that he will always be watching.
It's the end of everything, but to be honest, I don't really know much about it. More importantly, it looks like you've awakened to your power. And what an unusual power it is. A power that takes many forms, yet is bound by none. It might even prove to be your salvation, depending on where you end up. Do you remember when we first met? I expect you to honor your commitment. I'm always watching you, even if you forget about me. Okay then, see you later.
Okay, he's here. So what's this about?
Thanks for coming. There's someone I want to introduce. Hey, hurry up.
After we get called down to meet with Akihiko and...
What? Junpei? Why are you here? Don't tell me.
Akihiko says that he bumped into Junpei last night, having recently awoken to his persona ability, saying that he will be moving into the dorm with us. Lastly, Akihiko tells us that the next night Ikutsuki will tell us more about a place called Tartarus. Once we meet up with Ikutsuki, he informs us that Tartarus, much like Shadows, only appeared during the Dark Hour. He tells us that the reasons behind why he wants to explore Tartarus is because he strongly believes the two things are connected, saying we need to destroy the Dark Hour in order to destroy the Shadows. Akihiko would join us but is still recovering from his injuries. After, right before midnight, we walk into school and...
Why are we at school?
Just wait and see. It's almost midnight.
This is Tartarus. The labyrinth that reveals itself during
Each night where Gekukan High School is, it turns into Tartarus every night. Heading inside with some more exposition, Makoto notices the Velvet Room key glow in his pocket, walking over to a mysterious blue door.
What's the matter?
I've been waiting for you.
Heading inside, we meet with Igor and Elizabeth once again. He tells us that we can only see the door and nobody else. After we leave, Junpei and Yukari asks us if we were okay, saying that we were just staring off into space like a zombie. Meaning that Makoto literally stands still looking off into space each time he enters the development room. Quite literally looking at nothing, deadpan face, just no expression, making for really funny imagery.
Coach, you fell asleep during the championship game. Come on, man. You're supposed to be our leader.
The group heads inside the first floor of Tartarus in order to get a sense of combat. Mitsuru being our guide, she will not be able to aid us directly in combat. She goes over a ton of stuff in this tutorial section. However, to boil it down, we learn about enemy weaknesses. Hitting enemy weakness will cause the person who hit the weakness to gain an extra turn in combat. However, enemies will also have this ability which can be very deadly, especially boss fights. Each enemy and boss have different weaknesses: fire, ice, wind, electricity, darkness, light, pierce, strike, and slash, and a special damage type called Almighty, although I won't be talking more about that because we won't be running into that type of damage for right now. More on that later. Junpei is weak to ice, while Yukari is weak to electricity. However, Junpei resists fire and Yukari resists wind. When you resist an attack type, you take half the damage. However, you still can get critted despite this, and you can also crit enemies in turn. Crits also give you an extra turn in combat. It also gives enemies and bosses an extra turn in combat, which again can be very deadly. Gaining an extra turn for each critted enemy or ally, so you ideally want to spread out your weaknesses and strengths, of course, and to strategize against whatever bosses or enemies you're going to be fighting. We'll get more in depth in combat for later, but for right now, just remember these things.
Well done.
During this section, we also learn about surprise attacks, which give everyone an extra free turn before the enemy gets attacked, having to hit the enemy in the overworld before going to actual turn-based combat. Shadows can also do this to you if they attack you first, and they get to attack you for free before you get to go first, which means that they can almost instantly wipe you out if you're weak or you're just low in health, so be very careful about this. When you hit a shadow's weakness, they get downed. If multiple shadows or a single shadow is knocked down, the party is able to do a special type of action called all-out attack, doing a large amount of damage. However, in choosing to do this, you effectively use everyone's turn and let the enemy go again. This is very important to always know. As for right now, the damage of all-out attack isn't bad, but you may not always want to do this. An enemy, while they're knocked down, has a chance to make the enemy dizzy. Enemies can do this to you as well. Being dizzy means that either you or the enemy will lose another turn.
Badass! Let's give it a try right now!
I'll go with
This is our chance. Let's wipe the...
Here we go.
The next day after school, Akiko takes us to the police station at the mall. This is where we can buy weapons, armor, accessories, and sell any materials we find while exploring Tartarus. On a side note, from this point forward, I will only be covering the important story events, certain actions, Tartarus fights from there, including mini-bosses and border bosses, as well as the main bosses in the game. I will also talk about social links in a more general form while giving more information about the characters for those links. Otherwise, if I don't do this to keep everything concise, this video will probably be way longer than I already know it's going to be.
He can secure equipment for us, but these things still cost money.
Of course they do. Nothing in life is free.
I realize that. Well, I'll see you later. Thanks again.
I've been informed about you two. My job is to maintain peace in this city regardless of the circumstances. I'm just an ordinary police officer, but it doesn't take a genius to know something strange is going on here. I'm only doing what I think is right. Nothing more. If you need something, we can talk in the back.
That night, Mitsuru tells us we are free to explore Tartarus as we please, taking our time with it if we want. However, because of how I did things in this playthrough, each day was important to either raise a social stat or social link, sometimes both in one day. If you want to 100% this game on your very first playthrough, which is easily possible, you need to follow a guide like I did. There's a lot of them without any spoilers. Aside from that, I decided to fully explore Tartarus today, as being able to do other things and not worry about reaching the current top floor makes things easier in the long run. If you don't want to follow a guide for your first playthrough and decide to play it blind, which is fine, keep in mind that you should double check who is available to go into Tartarus each night. If Mitsuru is not there, you cannot go anyway.
Tartarus, this will be our temporary base of operations. I'm counting on you to take charge during the operation.
The first snag we run into while exploring Tartarus is actually the first mini-boss, a trio of ice ravens. Remember how weaknesses work? Well, because Junpei is weak to ice, you either have to pray that the ice ravens miss or don't attack him, which is viable but certainly requires luck. On a side note, if you know an enemy will use a weakness to hit you or a team member, you should block. Blocking makes you take half damage and your weakness cannot be hit. I essentially got clapped by the ice ravens, which means I had to go grind a few more levels to make the fight not as bad. Thankfully, Orpheus, our starting persona, knows Agi, a fire move. As it doesn't make the fight any easier, as the ice raven's bufu, or ice magic, deal close to your half our health, if not more. As you level, you gain more HP, SP, or magic in this case, and you technically gain hidden defense stats, which are further boosted by Persona stats. Unlike traditional RPGs, your Persona stats do matter. Some Personas are more magic based, while some are more physical based. Some are tanky, while others are glass cannon, adding more layers to strategy. Thankfully, after only leveling a little bit more, and healing with Yukarmi we get a chance, the ice ravens go down without too much problem the second time. I should also mention that each party member has a designated role within the party of sorts. For example, Junpei deals high physical damage and deals some fire damage, although his magic damage generally is low. He has good defense and high HP. He also has a higher chance to crit as well, especially later on with certain ability upgrades. Yukari is a sort of white mage in this game, or healer, as she mainly deals with healing the whole party member and healing any status effects such as shock, freeze, and all that good stuff, as well as reviving party members. She also does wind damage, but her magic damage isn't really that great. Makoto, or the protagonist, is a master of all and a jack of none. I say this because in most games the protagonist really only generally excels at one thing, or many things but master of none, while in this case, especially in Persona games, the protagonist can literally do anything. You can make them however you want. You can make them be a healer, a defensive tank, just really anything you want, or an attacker, doesn't really matter. Shortly after the battle with the Ice Ravens, we get another short combat tutorial, this time on the mechanic of shifting. If you play Persona 5, then you know this mechanic very well. Essentially, if you or a party member crits or hits an enemy's weakness, you may choose to hand over your extra turn to somebody else, even if you've already went beforehand, meaning that a party member may get to go twice in a single round of combat, or earlier. This can come very clutch at times. Lastly, we also run into a Gold Hand Shadow as we explore. Gold Hand Shadows are very rare and have a low percent chance to spawn each time you enter a floor. They're the best ways to farm XP and money, giving you enormous amounts of XP when defeated. However, they are generally hard to hit and have a high chance of evasion. You may also have seen it, but after every battle there's a small chance of shuffle time. It's essentially a post-battle reward system, giving you the choice to pick between a EXP card boost, money, sometimes a persona, restoring HP, and a random skill card. Getting up to the border floor, there will always be one last boss to fight before each last floor of each block of Tartarus, generally being tougher than the mini-bosses you face along the way. The swift axis deals very powerful physical attacks, so you want to bring in a persona that knows Secunda, an evasion/accuracy debuff, which helps to evade attacks greatly, or Rakunda, a debuff to defense. It's also weak to lightning, so bring a persona with Zio, and this fight should go down pretty easily, assuming it doesn't crit you. The power supply expansion has been completed. What's unusual is the excess wattage. Why would an island with only school on it need so much power? The next day we hang out with Kenji Tomochika, a friend of Junpei, forming the Magician Social Link. He's a funny dude who's after girls. The next day, we're forced to join a track club where we meet our next two social links. For right now, we form the Chariot social link with Kazuchi Miyamoto, a headstrong athlete who takes a liking to us after we outrun everybody on the team. We also want to ask Yuko today and tomorrow when we leave if she wants to walk home together. The following day, we form the Strength social link with Yuko Nashiwaki, a kind but strict girl. The next day we form the Hierophant social link with Bunkichi and Mitsuko after doing a small quest for them, a lovely old couple who run a bookstore. Later on, Mitsuru asks us to head into the student council room where we meet up with Hidetoshi Odagiri, the student council vice president and form the Emperor's social link, a seemingly boring, stuck-up dude on the surface. Sunday is your free day to do whatever you want, being able to start the Hermit social link today, which can only be done on Sundays and days off. Talking online with a woman named Maya, whose character's outline seems vaguely familiar. Oh, and the Hermit social link is one giant Persona 2 reference. Later on, Junpei suggests we should visit Akihiko in the hospital, as he is surely recovering from his wounds. Upon arriving, we see someone who we don't know, seeming to be a friend of Akihiko. He tells us that the number of apathy syndrome cases have been increasing as well.
Hi.
The next night, we get woken up by the mysterious boy again, telling us that in exactly 1 week from today, we will face a great challenge.
It's been a while. Are you well? 1 week from now, there'll be a full moon. Be careful. A new hardship is coming. Yes, on that day, you'll face a great challenge. You need to be prepared, but your time is limited. I'm sure you're aware of that, though. I'll come see you again when it's over. Goodbye for now.
Thursday, we hang out with Chihiro Fushimi, the school treasurer, forming the Justice Social Link, a quiet and timid girl who asks us to help her get over her fear of talking to boys. The next day, we hang out with someone who we saw into the bookstore one day, André Laurent Jean Gros, or Bebe as he asks to call him, a French exchange student who came to Japan to study, seemingly the only one in the fashion club, forming the Temperance Social Link. Akihiko and Mitsuru are both in the command room, as Mitsuru checks to see if she detects any shadows, talking about Makoto's unique persona ability, and how diverse persona users can be in terms of their abilities. Soon after, Mitsuru scans something.
It's a shadow.
What? You actually found one?
Wait, something's not right. The reading is too big. I've never detected an enemy of this size.
Wait. Is it like that huge one from last month?
I think so.
Oh, well then. This is gonna be fun. I'll wake up the others.
We're here.
Once Mitsuru arrives at a station, the group waiting for her, she informs them that the large shadow is located on the monorail, saying they'll have to walk there. She assures the group that they'll be safe, as electronic equipment is inoperable during the dark hour. Junpei asks about what her bike is, saying that it's specially made. Heading out, we get a nice shot of the way onto the train.
Jeez. Hey!
Once inside, we get locked in and a shadow jumps out, running away. Junpei wants to go after it, but Mitsuru is unsure, saying it could be baiting them, a trap perhaps. Junpei runs after it anyway, as Yukari and Makoto are immediately ambushed.
Wait!
Watch out! Behind you!
After Yukari and Makoto go after Junpei and help him against more shadows, Yukari asks what his deal is when...
Be careful, you three. I don't detect any movement, but stay alert.
Whoa! What the? Why are we moving?
It looks like the entire monorail is under the Shadow's control.
What? Is that really okay?
This doesn't look good. There it is! What the hell is this? That's our target?
It has to be. There's nowhere else to go. Pushing the other train. Hurry!
Hurry? What are we even supposed to do here?
I've never seen one this big before, but there's no time. We have to end this now!
When the fight starts, we get a 30-minute timer. The gimmick to this boss is that after killing her 2 minions, she spawns back after a certain amount of turns, and dealing enough damage to her, the High Priestess boss speeds up the train, cutting the 30-minute in half. The boss mainly dealing ice damage, so bring a persona with ice resistance as well, as having a persona who can deal decent damage, wanting to use debuffs too, to make the fight quicker. At around a quarter of her health, the boss will speed up the train even more, giving you less than 4 minutes to beat her.
The monorail is going even faster now! You're running out of time!
What to do?
Deep shit here.
Persona.
After the battle, Makoto heads to the train's controls and pulls a lever, stopping the train from crashing.
Hey, wait! Why are we still moving?
We're going too fast! We need to put on the brakes or...
What are you waiting for? You're coming up on the next train fast!
Damn it! I don't know how to stop this thing! Did we stop?
After Akihiko talks with Ikutsuki, saying how his shadow has never done something like hijack a train before, concerned, Mitsuru asks if it's begun.
It's begun?
Let's not jump to any conclusions. For now, we should study their behavior for patterns or clues. We can't afford to keep waiting for them to make the first move.
If only I had more power, things wouldn't be so difficult for everyone.
The next day, Elizabeth calls us over to talk to her about some requests she has. These are side quests you can do. There are 100 each, and you only need to do almost all of them for an achievement. They're worth doing because you get some really good rewards out of them. When you complete a certain amount, Elizabeth will ask you to take her out to see some more of the human world, as she is interested. A sort of date. I know I previously mentioned I would be showing mini-bosses. Well, the second block mini-bosses of Tartarus didn't give us much trouble. However, the border boss Clairvoyant Relic gave us plenty of difficulty, and is somewhat notorious as being the first likely roadblock of the player. The gimmick of this boss is that it will scan everyone for a weakness, having a specific attack pattern. It will rotate who it hits with a weakness, likely hitting Yukari with Zeo or lightning damage. It hits hard and is tanky. While I'm not going to show it, it took me 2 hours before I could finally get a good run and eventually beat it.
I owe you one.
Your health's in bad shape.
Give 'em heck.
Keep an eye on it. Well done. Let's continue exploring.
Kirija's Ergo Research Lab is setting up a facility on this island. It doesn't make any sense. Even a rank-and-file researcher like me can tell what is about to take place on this island. The next day we take Elizabeth out and look around the mall.
Woo! Well, that was quite satisfying. But
The next day we form the Hangman social link with a little girl named Maiko Usashi, a cheerful girl whose parents are going through a divorce.
of the Hanged Man Arcana.
A few days later, we're informed that midterms are coming up, studying with the others to raise our academics. I didn't mention it before, but academics take the longest to max out compared to other social stats. After midterms are over, Akihiko has fully recovered. He also tells us that they found another Persona user, a second year named Fuka Yamagishi. However, she isn't much of a fighter. 2 days later, Ikutsuki takes us up to the dorm roof to show us some planter boxes. Starting tomorrow, you can buy some plant seeds and plant them. This is important to do, as hanging out with team members to unlock their better passive abilities require you to garden with somebody else sometimes. 4 days later, we get a cutscene of Yukari. 2 bullies talking as one of them says they hear a voice calling to them, the other confused.
What were we talking about? They're finally gone. Ugh, I can't stand girls like that.
That night, we start a linked episode with Akihiko. These are really important to do with team members, as at the end of their linked episodes, they grant you a key item to let you fuse a powerful persona, as well as giving you easy social stat boost. Some are also missable. The next day, Makoto and Junpei overhear some girls in the classroom talk about a girl from 2E who has been missing, being found in the school gate, unconscious. We also get one of the most famous lines from the game.
Yeah, I heard they have no idea what happened.
Oh my god, isn't it so bizarre?
Man, everyone's talking about it. People sure got a lot of time on their hands. So, you hear about it too? A girl from 2E went missing while she was out late last night. And this morning, they found her lying in front of the school gate. Nobody knows what happened. And supposedly, she's still unconscious.
Morning.
Yo, Yuka-tan. Man, this is a tough case. Even for Junpei Iori, ace detective.
Ace detective? You're so dumb. More like Stupe, ace defective.
Where'd that come from? Actually, now that I think about it, I haven't seen you all morning. Where you been?
I was talking to the teacher. And that girl they found? I saw her yesterday on my way back from practice. She seemed just fine then.
Huh. The plot thickens.
After school, we talk with Nozumi Sumitsu, a gourmet king who only talks with us after we answer a few food questions and give him something he's never eaten before, like an odd marshal, a common healing item found in Tartarus chests. This starts the Moon social link. The next day in the dorm, Junpei tells us a ghost story and Yukari is definitely not scared. After Junpei makes fun of Yukari, she says we'll investigate the mysterious disappearances from the girl from 2E.
Stuff. Right?
What's this ghost story about?
What? It's probably made up. We don't need to go into details, do we?
I'm interested. Go on, tell us.
You got it. Here goes. Good evening, and welcome to Junpei's Believe It or Don't. There are many strange things in this world. Legend has it, late at night, after everyone has gone home, a maniacal ghost roams the halls and devours anyone caught in its grasp. The other day, this friend of mine, let's call him Witness A. Anyway, he said to me, "Hey, Iori, I saw something weird the other day." He sounded so serious, so I asked him what he'd seen. He told me he saw the girl from 2E and claims he watched her go into the school on the night before the incident. I told him I don't believe it, not even for a second. That girl from 2E ain't the type to go wandering around at night. But Witness A was as white as a sheet. He swore to me it was true. Then it hit me. If the girl was found unconscious at school, then maybe the ghost really did make her its dinner. It all made sense. She went to the school at night and walked right into its deadly trap. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I broke into a cold sweat. Yes, there truly are some strange things in this world. Believe it or don't.
What do you think, Akihiko?
Seriously? Not one word about my amazing performance just now?
I'm not so interested in the ghost part, but it does sound like it's worth investigating.
So, you're afraid of ghosts, huh, Yuka-tan? Didn't know you were such a chicken.
What? Who are you calling a chicken? Fine then. Let's investigate it. Each of us will ask around for the rest of the week and gather information. This ghost story's just a bunch of nonsense. I'll show you.
Sounds good to me. The story is a bit unnerving, isn't it?
Well, leave it to you guys then. Would have been too scary for me.
What?
That night, the mysterious boy shows up again, asking us how we been, giving us another warning of the next major ordeal, then leaving.
I'm back, just as I promised. How have you been? I'm glad you remember me. In another week, the moon will be full again. The next ordeal will be upon you. Be careful. Until next time.
On Friday, Yukari asks us if we have any leads on the ghost story, saying we'll meet after school.
Ask around like we agreed?
Huh? Were we supposed to do something by today?
I told you.
I know. I'm kidding. Man, you've got such a short temper.
Fine. Then we'll meet in the lounge after school. Don't forget.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, as we...
Yukari did a lot of digging and says she's found a lot of info. She gives us a series of questions basically boiling down to how the same mysterious disappearances with the girl from 2E also happened to two other girls as well, and they were hospitalized. They were also all hanging out together. She then suggests we should go visit where those girls usually hung out after school, being a shady bad part of the port station.
Oh, you mean me.
We don't need your permission to be here.
Upon arriving, the group immediately sticks out as a bunch of punks walk over to us and threaten us, Yukari not scared and only agitating them further, one of them punching Junpei in the gut.
See? This bitch is a real pain in the ass, isn't she?
Junpei!
That's enough. They didn't know what they were getting into. I'll make sure they leave. You good with that?
Who do you think you are, dumbass? They're not walking out of this. You want some too?
It'll be fine.
Ah, shit! Son of a bitch! You just crossed the line. You think you're going home alive now?
Should we find out?
No? Or maybe not.
Oh man, what a loser.
After Akihiko's friend, whose name we now know as Shinjiro Aragaki, runs off the punks, he calls us an idiot, saying we should go home. However, Yukari wants to ask him a question first, Shinjiro already knowing why they're here, saying that the group of girls who went missing came here to brag about all the awful stuff they've done to a girl named Fuku Yamagishi, the other girl who went missing. Shinjiro is saying that she may be dead, having been missing for a week. 2 days later, we talk with Mr. Ikoda, going with Tsuru in the group. One of the bullies being there as well, the bully Moriyama, confesses that the day Yukari saw the two bullies, they took Fuku to the gym and trapped her inside. The other bully went to go get her out, afraid Yamagishi may do something to herself. However, Maki didn't return. After she went missing, Mr. Ikoda reported Yamagishi as absent due to illness, instead of reporting her as missing. After Mitsuru threatens Ikoda and extracts more info out of Moriyama, she comes to the conclusion that shadows are purposely drawing humans in to feed on them, declaring them the enemy of mankind. She also tells Moriyama to stay at the dorm, not being safe. A bit later, the group talks in the student council room. Akihiko Mitsuru says there's a good chance Fuku could be alive, although Junpei assumes the worst, seeing as it's been 10 days since she has been missing. Akihiko gives out a theory and says that Tartarus and the Dark Hour only exist for 1 hour, saying that instead of days, Fuku has likely been trapped there instead for only a few hours, time moving differently within Tartarus. That night we sneak into the school in search of Fuka, seeking keys to the gym, saying the group was split up once inside Tartarus. Mitsuru and Yukari stay at the entrance waiting for the others. We wake up somewhere having lost consciousness. The boy shows up again as he says we'll find the others soon, saying that tonight there will be two big shadows to face off against, saying we'll need her. Soon after, we meet up with the others as well as Fuka Yamagishi, who seems to be alright, saying she's avoided any and all shadows, saying somehow she knows where they are. Akiko is saying it's likely due to her persona's ability, giving her an evoker. Junpei takes a moment to stop and look at how large and bright the moon is, Akiko noticing as well, saying how the moon's phases affect shadows like people. Thinking for a moment, Junpei says it was a full moon during their operation of the monorail, Akiko remembering, saying to Makoto if it was a full moon the day the shadow attacked the doormat night back in April, which it was, realizing that each large shadow only appears on days of the full moon. Mitsuru calls out for help, rushing back to the entrance. We see two large shadows.
There's two of them? Mitsuru! Takeba!
And then Murayama walks in, apologizing for what she did, the large shadow going to attack her.
No! What are you doing here?
Moriyama-san?
Hey! Come back!
Please, get out of here! It's not safe! I had to tell you. I'm sorry.
Hey! Look out!
I have to protect her.
Persona.
Yamagishi-san?
A persona?
I can see. I can see these monsters' weaknesses.
Can it be?
Just as I thought.
Mitsuru, let her take your place. We'll handle these guys.
I'll begin searching for the monster's weaknesses. Please, give me some time.
And then we start the fight. Fuka needs a full turn in order to figure out enemy weaknesses. Scanning the queen, she's weak to Pierce, while the king is weak to lightning. The gimmick is that after hitting their weaknesses, they'll use a move to change their weaknesses again, having to scan them again. The fight really isn't meant to be that difficult even at lower levels, acting more like a semi-tutorial for using Fuka's weakness scan.
This should help.
I'll go with.
The enemy!
Not bad, huh?
Are there more of them?
Don't worry. It's over.
Fuka. You... Are you okay? Yeah. Thank goodness. Fuka!
It's all right. She's just exhausted.
Fuka,
Where did those two shadows come from?
Somewhere outside of Tartarus. Just like with the dorm and the monorail.
Outside, huh?
What are we gonna do about Moriyama-san? She knows about the Dark Hour and the shadows.
It doesn't matter. She's not like us, so she won't remember anything that happens in the Dark Hour. The good news is she didn't fall victim to the shadows despite hearing their call. So I don't think she'll get drawn in again. She's safe now.
But doesn't that mean she'll forget Yamagishi-san saved her life? That doesn't seem right.
Actually, I get the feeling that things will work out.
I'm sorry, Fuka. I'm so sorry.
It looks like she's learned her lesson.
I'm sorry!
On the 11th, Ikutsuki brings us all to talk, including Fuka, asking if she'd be willing to join SEAS, saying she would be an invaluable asset to the team with her ability. Yukari says there's no pressure to join. She agrees, also informing Ikutsuki that each full moon will come large shadows, now being able to make plans.
Hey, did you hear? Apparently, Mr. Akoda's in hot water. Really? What'd he do? I don't know, but I think it's serious. Sexual harassment, maybe? I can totally see that.
After, Moriyama talks with Fuka, saying to Clara Natsuki, talking to her in a more friendly manner. As a side note, anyone who is not a Persona user does not remember anything within the time of the Dark Hour, and as such, Tartarus.
You're here. Moriyama-san?
I heard you started living in the dorms.
Yes.
You're looking glum today, as usual. Well, if you got something on your mind, you can always talk to me. You could probably use a friend, huh?
Moriyama-san.
Come on, you don't gotta be so stiff. Just call me Natsuki.
Thank you.
You've prevailed yet again.
That night, the boy talks to us again, saying that the end is inevitable. However, he says it doesn't feel like that because of Makoto, asking us to be his friend. Agreeing, we ask for a name, saying it's Pharaoh's, forming a deaf social link.
Sure, the end is unavoidable. But it's kind of weird. It doesn't feel that inevitable right now, considering the vast potential inside you. Plus, it seems like your powers changed quite a bit. Hey, if you don't mind, can I be your friend? I'm really curious about you. What do you say? Name? Oh, I see. I need a name. My name is Pharaoh's. I know we'll get along great.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of the Death Archon.
Well, it's getting late, so I'm going now. I can hardly wait until the next time we meet. Bye-bye.
The next day after school, Mitsuru asks us to gather as the chairman wants to talk to us again.
I'd like to provide you with some new equipment.
Ikutsuki giving us new equipment and something added to this game specifically, now being able to use theurgy, saying we should give it a run tonight to test it out, as well as a new combat gear.
Man, this trump card stuff is getting me so pumped up! I'm gonna be all like, take this! Super Ace Junpei attack! Or something like that.
I'm a little nervous since it's my first time, but I'll follow your lead.
All right. We'll go into Tartarus once everyone is geared up.
Understood.
kept trying, not strong enough, but I kept going. If I don't fight, I'll forever be more with pain. If I give up, that's an automatic loss for me and a win for my enemies. Can't let it be. I took a few knockouts to understand the game. Now I'm ready for the ring. Yo, tired for the king. Wearing the armbands to seize. I stayed alone, get fixed like a spree team. As we proceed, no guarantees. As we take these steps to our destiny. Who knows what happens? Do we believe in it? No space, we count. We believe in it. Unwelcome guest, disregarding the question. Putting these enemies in forever rest.
Oh man, this is awesome! We're like a super elite task force.
The short tutorial starts as we explore more until we go up a floor and the group gets separated. Makoto finds Yukari first as a shadow ambushes him from behind.
Leader, you're here!
Not again.
Getting fatally wounded, Yukari feels a surge of emotion as she's angered by the fact that she always needs to be protected but can never protect others. Fuka telling her to load the specialized cartridge into her evoker, using it. Basically like Final Fantasy or most RPGs, DRG acts as a sort of limit burst, a special move that ignores enemy resistances, bypasses deflecting barriers, and deals high damage. Each character's DRG bar fills at a different rate, rising higher if certain actions are done, such as Yukari, the bar filling much faster if she heals anyone using magic, which is extremely broken.
Wait, is this? Yukari-chan, load the cartridge into your evoker!
I know. Now's the time.
Over here! Watch this!
2 days later, we go on our second day with Elizabeth.
Flowing stairs that pose an obstacle to those who dare to reach another floor. So, this is an escalator.
The next day, Mitsuru gives everyone a proper tour of the dorm, having promised to do so months ago but never finding the right time. Being semi-important as each area like the kitchen, living room with TV, bookcases on the second floor, and rooftop are all spots in which you can hang out with anyone. A few days later, Mitsuru tells us to meet up with the chairman tonight. Makoto walks home as he stops to see Yukari and Fuka playing and petting a dog outside the dorm, the dog very intelligent, being named Koromaru, being owned once by a priest at a nearby shrine, going for walks alone. The priest having passed away 6 months ago, the priest was hit by a car, Koromaru refusing to be taken in by anybody else.
Oh, you're such a loyal dog.
Good boy. Huh? Is he...
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Sorry. More importantly, isn't the chairman coming today? We should probably go get ready.
Yeah, you're right. See you later, Koro-chan.
That night, Ikutsuki tells us that we've seen 4 major shadows so far. Fuka saying that there are 12 in all. Ikutsuki saying she's right, then saying what their motivation could be, as they don't kill but feed. Basically, what are the purpose of shadows? Do they have one? Each one stronger than the last. We also saw the devil official of Tanaka, a businessman who runs a company that sells products for radical. We also buy stuff each Sunday on TV. Always check because you may miss good advertising. 2 days pass until we see a strange group talking to a man during the dark hour, saying they're going to kill him as they are paid to do so.
My clients' wishes are all that matter. People hear what they choose to hear, and believe what they want to believe.
No! Stay away! Get away from me!
You squeal most magnificently. Such raw emotion.
He's not dead.
Doesn't matter. We held up our end of the bargain. Besides,
Tomorrow, this'll just seem like some random crime.
Well, if there's nothing else, I'm feeling rather tired.
We see Akihiko meet up with his friend Shinjiro, saying he's made up his mind yet. Shinjiro is saying no. Akihiko tells him to not let his power go to waste. Despite Shinjiro saying his mind has been made up for a while, and that his power is worthless, his words strike a nerve in Akihiko, saying that Akihiko is one to talk after saying that Shinjiro is stuck in the past and won't let it go, telling him it was not his fault. Yukari speaks with Fuka alone, saying that she's done some research on the school. 10 years ago, many students stopped coming to school randomly, being reported as absent but records say otherwise, and that's not the first time shadows have appeared either, saying Mitsuru acts kinda weird when bringing up Tartarus, simply wanting to know what happened back then. Skipping ahead after some foreshadowing, we hang out with Fuka and form the High Priestess social link, wanting us to help her learn how to cook, her food skills not being great at the moment, almost taking Makoto out.
Looks just like I imagined. Champs de Fleurs? How do you say that?
It's Champ de Fleurs. It means field of flowers.
This is the place. I can sense.
On the 7th, using Fuka's ability, she locates the next major shadow, being located on a certain boulevard, being directly at a love hotel, and if you know what that is, well, yeah, and if you don't, look it up. Heading over, we begin the investigation. Going up a floor, we head past 2 giant doors to meet with the large shadow, fighting the Hierophant boss. The boss isn't too terribly difficult, although it will fear 2 party members. On a side note, make sure you bring personas or items to resist or cure charm. After the battle, we try to leave, but the doors are stuck. Fuka saying she senses a shadow in the room still. At the mirror, we check it and immediately wake up in one of the hotel rooms. Picking obvious dialogue options, we fight the urge to forget and give in to pleasure. Yukari walks out of the shower only in her bathrobe, as she quickly leaves to change, Fuka speaking with us to regroup. We find out that the floors in certain rooms, some mirrors don't have reflections, needing to break 3 in order for the last boss in the hotel to appear, the Lovers.
So it was you! I'll teach you not to mess with a girl's heart!
We'll get it this time. I believe in you, team.
We want to bring Junpei in this fight as the Lovers deal high fire damage and have the ability to charm, making for an annoying boss fight. Make sure to quickly heal any charmed allies, as if you bring Yukari, she can potentially heal the boss as an effect of being charmed. This boss fight did give me some trouble, but went down in just a few attempts.
Can't stop me now!
I don't think you have any skills for this.
Bring it on! Eat this! And take that! Now, it's over!
You found something?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about it later. Alright, we should head back too. Hey, come on, Junpei, let's go! Fuka played a big role in this one again. Seems like the second years are really putting in the work.
Looks like you're really shining out there, dude. Yeah, right. You know it's not.
Don't tell me you're jealous someone else is getting all the attention.
Shut up!
What's his problem?
That was faster than I expected. Quite a show, I must admit. They've been rather busy these last few months, haven't they? And it seems they've gained new recruits, too. Their fighting style is most fascinating. Not to mention they've made several forays into the tower. Well, Jin, are they our enemy?
How about we go ask our buddy? Gonna be seeing him real soon.
Ah, yes. An excellent idea. Considering that he shares our fate, it would be prudent to seek his opinion. After all, we don't have much time left.
Once we leave and head home, we see the strange group from earlier watching us. Later, another set of midterms are coming up as we study with everyone. Later, Yukari confronts Mitsuru on the accident 10 years ago, being an explosion near the school, many dying. Mitsuru doesn't deny it. No students were injured, but some were absent. Yukari is saying that those absent students collapsed and were sent to the hospital much like the girls that went missing after putting Fuka in the gym, saying that the Creature group knows something. Mitsuru didn't mean to hide anything, just not finding the right time. Mitsuru basically tells the group that 14 years ago, one man tried to harness the power of Shadows, the former leader of the Creature group, her grandfather.
All right, I'll tell you everything. Shadows have many mysterious abilities. Some research indicates they can even affect time and space. We think of them as our enemies, but what if we could somehow use them to our advantage? They could be a source of unimaginable power, couldn't they?
What?
14 years ago, one man pursued that very line of thinking. He was the former leader of the Kirijo group, Koetsu Kirijo, my grandfather. My grandfather was obsessed with the Shadows. He wanted to harness their power to create something extraordinary.
Create something extraordinary?
To that end, he assembled a research team and had them amass a number of Shadows.
He was collecting them? Damn, that's freaking crazy.
But 10 years ago, during the final stages of the project, there was an accident, and the experiment failed. They lost control of the Shadow's power, altering the nature of the entire world.
You can't mean...
Yes, Tartarus and the Dark Hour. According to the records, the accumulated mass of shadows split into several large ones that later dispersed. These are the shadows we've been encountering on nights when the moon is full.
Maybe that's why it's difficult to predict where they'll appear. Wait a minute. If what you said is true, then why did our school turn into Tartarus? Don't tell me. Is it because that's where they conducted the experiment?
Yes.
Then those students who were hospitalized...
It's just as you fear. It was a highly populated area, and the Kirijo group had influence there. They could essentially do as they pleased. Port Island must have been the perfect location for them. So yes, as you guessed, the experiment 10 years ago was conducted at Gekkoukan High School.
Just what are you trying to say here? So that's the whole purpose behind Seas? We were dragged into all this just to clean up their mess? You lied to us? And you knew too, didn't you, Sanada-senpai? You've both just been using us! Or do you not care as long as you're the one who gets to do the fighting?
I never said anything like that. I have my reasons.
Think what you'd like, but it was my decision not to share the information. I'm sorry. It was never my intent to deceive you. Convincing you to join Seas was my highest priority. I know it may not be fair, but Shadows can only be defeated by Persona users. We are the only ones who can fight.
That's hardly the point!
I never had a choice either. It didn't matter if I wanted this power or not.
Mitsuru, that's enough.
Takeba-kun, it's only those in the past who are to blame. And they...
Akihiko speaks with Shinjiro, informing him that they potentially found a way to get rid of the Dark Hour in Tartarus, as well as reminiscing when he and Shinjiro were orphans of a girl named Maki, telling Shinjiro that his reason for fighting was questioned recently. Shinjiro is saying that he's lost his reason to fight a while ago.
Good at hiding shit.
Everyone thinks about the past. Even me. Anyway, we finally know how to get rid of Tartarus and the Dark Hour.
No shit?
Yeah. The thing is, all I've cared about until now is getting stronger. Everything else came second. But yesterday, someone made me question my reason for fighting.
Your reason for fighting? Huh. It's different for everyone. But if you don't have a good one, you can always quit. That's what I did.
I'm not like you.
I'll give you my ID and pass.
Mitsuru speaks with Fuka, saying she wants her to help to fully investigate the incident at the school 10 years ago, apologizing to her for dragging her along. Fuka saying it's fine as she's rather enjoyed living in the dorm away from her family having successful careers as they put pressure on Fuka.
I'll see what I can do.
Are you sure? I appreciate it. Yamagishi, aren't you resentful? Regardless of my good intentions, I did drag you into this without fully explaining. I'm sure you must have at least a few complaints.
Not really. Did you know my entire family is made up of doctors? My parents are the one exception. It gives them a bit of an inferiority complex. That's why they're so hard on me. I don't like being at home, but here, I'm able to do something no one else.
Junpei realizes that once Tartarus is gone, he won't be special anymore, that his old life will come back eventually.
Already 3rd years. Guess this will be the last time we'll wear these uniforms and hang out after school. Who cares? I just want to get into college and start having fun already.
I get it. My problem is me. I'm going on like fighting was my duty and all. Actually, it's just all I'm good at. Because without that, I'm nothing. So much for being a hero. I can't fight worth the shit anyway. Not compared to him, at least.
Yukari rereads a letter from her father she got last spring, her father telling her he's been appointed as head researcher by Mitsuru's grandfather, asking Yukari if she still smiles and is enjoying life day to day, hoping she's happy, ending with saying he loves her and her mother. Yukari says she'll believe that's the only thing she can do, that she won't turn her back like her mother.
I hope you're happy, and I hope this letter brings a smile to both you and your mother's faces. Eiichiro Takeba, March 6th, 2000.
No matter what happens, huh? All I can do is believe. I won't turn my back. I won't be like Mom. Not ever.
It's good to see you again. How long has it been since we first met? Time passes so quickly. So tell me, how's life as a Persona user? I wonder what. I hope you find it soon. I remembered something else about the coming of the end. It all stems from something that took place many years ago. 10 years ago, if I remember correctly. Oh, didn't your parents pass away about 10 years ago? A persona is like a mirror, which means a persona user can never escape their true self. But no matter what, I won't leave you because we're friends, right? Good night.
With tension's high, and break coming soon after midterms, Akihiko and Junpei break the tense silence. Fuka asks what's everyone's plan for the break. Junpei says he wishes he could go to the beach. The chairman comes in to inform Mitsuru that her father will be at Yakushima, suggesting why not go and embrace a change in scenery.
I wish I could go to the beach. Hot sand, cool breeze, babes in bikinis. Man, a break like that sure would be nice. Somewhere in the south, where the water is crystal clear. But starting tomorrow, we gotta get through our exams. Oh man, this sucks.
I'm sure you'll be fine, but it would be nice to go somewhere with beautiful beaches, like Okinawa.
Well, it's not Okinawa, but how about Yakushima?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't realize you were here.
I happen to be in the area, so I thought I'd drop by and tell you my schedule for next week. Oh, Hirijo-kun, your father will be vacationing in Yakushima during the break.
He will?
You'll all have some time off after exams, right? Why don't you go and get a nice change of scenery?
Seriously? We're gonna go on a trip? Yes! Beaches and bikinis! Beaches and bikinis!
Beaches and bikinis? This guy.
How about it, Hirijo-kun?
Well, my father is a busy man. I don't want to ruin his vacation.
Why so hesitant? No father would be upset with a daughter who came all that way to see him. You've all done a great job. You deserve to relax.
Mitsuru also told Yukari that there was no one responsible for the accident that survived, except for one, her father.
I just wanted to say sorry about the other day. I might have gotten a little carried away.
Don't worry about it. In a way, it's only logical that we go to Yakushima. The chairman said that no one who was responsible for the accident survived, but there is one who did.
What? There is?
My father.
I had no idea.
After exams, the group leaves the school as they're greeted with Ikutsuki and a young boy. His name is Ken Amada. The chairman saying he'll be living in the dorm with the others for the summer. Yukari questions if that's a good thing. The chairman says not to worry, as he states that Ken has the potential. Akihiko realizing that he's the new candidate.
He doesn't leave during the break because of his circumstances.
Oh, I heard about that. Something about your parents, right?
It used to only be me and my mom. She got in an accident. So now it's just me. It happened 2 years ago.
Right now, one of his distant relatives is paying for his school expenses. But that doesn't mean he should stay at the elementary school dorm all by himself, right? So I decided to move him to your dorm, just for the summer.
To our dorm? Do you really think that's a good idea?
Why, of course. He has the potential.
Then he's the new candidate?
That's right. But as you can see, he's still just an elementary school student. So it's only a possibility for now.
Are you Akihiko Sanada-senpai?
Yeah.
I've heard a lot about you. You've never lost a boxing match. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Whoa! Looks like we're finally coming up on the island! Hell yeah! Ya! Ku! Shi! Ma!
Jeez, you sound like a little kid.
Aw, he's just having fun. Personally, I'm ready for some training.
I do wonder, what kind of flora and fauna live there?
Upon arriving at Yakushima, we see Mitsuru talk with her dad, not much being said between them, other than saying to go enjoy themselves.
I heard the news. There isn't much here, but make yourselves comfortable.
Yes, sir.
Mitsuru's dad later speaks to us about the incident, saying how his father, Mitsuru's grandfather, strayed from the original goal, madness growing, her father showing us a recording from the incident.
Stray from its original goal. In his later years, my father seemed to have only nihilism in his heart. In fact, his madness may have resulted from his struggle to break free from that. It's only natural that you want to know the truth, and it's my duty to tell you.
What's this?
This is the only existing footage of the accident, recorded by a scientist who was at the scene.
A video recording?
I can only hope that this recording reaches someone with a conscience.
Wait a sec.
My employer has become obsessed with a loathsome idea. This experiment should never have been conceived. I'm afraid the damage will be staggering. At this point, it's unavoidable. But I didn't have a choice. If I didn't do this, it could have destroyed the entire world.
Destroyed the entire world?
Whoever is watching this, please, I need you to listen to me very carefully. The shadows that were amassed here have been dispersed as a result of the explosion. In order to end this, you have no choice but to eliminate all of them. I am the one responsible for this. I knew the risks, but I was blinded by the promise of success, and so I chose to continue without objections. I am responsible.
After, Yukari realizes that her father had a sole hand in creating Tartarus in the Dark Hour, Yukari believing that Mitsuru was hiding this fact from her, storming off, Makoto leaving to find her.
Hour. Tartarus. The people who died. It was all his fault?
Hey.
So is that why you were hiding this? Because you felt sorry for me? Is that it?
No, Takeba, I
don't want your pity!
Takeba!
Shouldn't someone go after her?
Will you go? Thank you.
Yukari tells Makoto that the reason she fought was to discover the reason behind her father's death, now believing it to be all in vain, questioning why Mitsuru's father got to live but not hers, apologizing and saying she's a horrible person, snapping at Makoto as well, but then saying sorry, simply feeling lost. Asking what to do, Makoto tells her to stay and fight, as it's the only thing she can do. Makoto hugs Yukari, knowing what it's like to have lost someone.
Huh? You really are something else. Sorry for acting like this. I know you've lost your parents too. I'll be alright. I'm used to dealing with stressful situations. Anyway, thanks for listening. Let me guess. Senpai asked you to bring me back, right? Aren't you a smooth talker? Thanks, though.
Hey!
The next morning of the trip, the girls are hanging out as Akutsuki calls, saying that a piece of equipment has escaped the lab on the island, asking them to go look for it, being an anti-shadow weapon. Meanwhile, the guys are at the beach as Junpei suggests they should go out and ask some girls out.
It's a type of combat vehicle. An anti-shadow weapon, to be precise.
A combat vehicle? You mean like a tank?
Man, what if it's a confession of love? Well, it sure is tough, being this popular.
You're a moron.
Okay, let's see here. It says, we've gone to see the Jomon Cedar Tree. Huh?
This looks like Yamagishi's handwriting.
Oh man! We're at an island resort in the middle of summer. Why are they going to the beach? Interested in picking up chicks.
If I'm in a match, I want to win.
I know what our problem is. You can't control yourself.
What? Don't blame this on me.
I'm just stating the obvious.
It's not like you scored either, Sonata-san. Why do you always gotta be so logical? Even in front of babes. It doesn't make any sense.
What did you just say?
Asking a result turns poorly, but then we see somebody else. Junpei and Akihiko go and ask her out, but she immediately shoots them down.
Oh yeah?
You are not that someone.
You know, I heard something interesting about triathletes who train at indoor pools. Apparently, they get outperformed by athletes who train in the ocean.
That information is irrelevant to me.
Makoto goes to talk to her as she seems almost surprised, about to say something until she notices Junpei and Akihiko overhearing them. The girl is saying they need to move to someplace more private, Naruto running away.
Initiating evasive maneuver. Confirmation must be made at a secure location.
Hey, what did you say to make her run?
Going after her, we end up heading deeper inside the forest on the beach, reaching a shrine of sorts. The girls join up with the guys and so does Ikutsuki, saying that the girl is Aigis, the anti-shadow weapon.
What? Are you friggin' kidding me?
What's going on? He didn't even say anything to her.
Sari, we found what we were looking for.
Mr. Chairman, what do you mean?
You had me worried. You can't just leave the lab on your own.
Years ago, these anti-shadow weapons were created in case of emergencies, Aigis being the last one. Equipped with a persona, Palladian, she joined SEES, Ikutsuki unsure as to why she only recently activated. The group enjoys their last day at the beach.
Alright, I guess we should join too.
I guess wait, that's not what water gun means!
Junpei-kun is down! Alright, here's our chance for an all-out attack!
Wait, time out! I seriously can't think!
We see the strange group we've been seeing before talking with Shinjiro, the one with the glasses handing him some medicine. The pale man tells Shinjiro that he's seen them go to Tartarus. Although Shinjiro hesitates to give any info on SEES, he only tells the pale man that they want to get rid of the Dark Hour, the pale man angry.
Weird-ass tower will disappear. That's all I know, alright?
You mean they intend to eliminate the Dark Hour completely? Why would they do such a thing? To give up such power? To destroy the Tower of Demise.
Tower of Demise? Who wouldn't want to take out that damn thing?
Takaya. Yes, I know.
I can't go back. I won't use my power again. Not after last time.
A few days later, the strange group speaks with Shinjiro again, receiving more pills. They tell him that they will end them for trying to get rid of the Dark Hour. Though Shinjiro denies being with the group, he gets threatened as well.
You're well.
Your pills.
I noticed once again that a new ally has been added to the ranks. Well, I suppose it's more of a pet than an ally.
Makes no difference to me.
It seems what you told us of their intentions is true. How terribly lamentable. Now we have no choice but to intervene. It is up to the individual how to use the strength they are granted. But to erase the Dark Hour would be denying the very power they possess. And that is the one thing we cannot permit.
Fine. Do whatever you want.
Hold up a sec. What's your role in all this? We know they asked you to come back.
You know, you're really starting to piss me off, nosy little shit.
Yeah? Well, they're going down. You hear me? And if you're on their side, then you're going down too. Got that?
I already told you. I'm done with them.
On the 29th, the group heads over to the nearby shrine as they see Koromaru injured by a shadow. Akihiko is saying that he fought it off by himself. Yup, the Persona users are not just limited to just people, as it seems.
Yeah, everyone around here does. We've got to help him, quick!
First, we need to stop the bleeding.
Man, he's one tough fighter. He defeated that shadow all by himself.
Wait, does that mean this dog's a Persona user?
He says, this is a place of peace, so I protected it. There are flowers over there.
Those flowers. They must be for the priest who died in the accident here.
So he really was guarding this place.
Okay, hold on. Aigis, don't tell me you can translate dog language too.
Canines do not have their own language. However, speech is not the only means of communication.
This fellow really is a rare breed.
Correct.
He's not the only one.
All right, let's report to the chairman so we can conclude this mission. As for Yvette, it's midnight, but I think I can arrange something.
Good job, boy. You're one amazing dog.
Makoto had to go to a track tournament and face off against a star athlete named Mamoru Hayase, taking a liking to us for being fast, forming the star social link with him, being more than just a good runner.
Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of the Star Archon.
Decide who should be deployed.
Agreed.
Understood.
All right, let's go.
I didn't know there was a place.
The group's next major shadow leads them into an underground weapons bunker of sorts, likely left over from World War II. However, the group is met with a strange group, the two finally meeting. Fuka saying that Persona and Lucia couldn't sense him until now, introducing themselves as Takaya and Jin, known as Strega. They lock them in the bunker despite our objective being to defeat the shadow located within.
It's so nice to finally meet you in person. My name is Takaya. This is Jin. We are known to some as Strega. Now then, we've been keeping an eye on your activities for some time. From what we hear, you've undertaken a righteous battle to save the world. Unfortunately, we've come here tonight to put an end to that.
What did you say?
You've gained many new allies in such a short time. No doubt because this land crawls with sin. Ah, Tartarus is towering as beautifully as always.
You know...
Wait, Why the hell would you want to stop us?
It ain't rocket science. If shadows in the dark hour disappear, we could lose our power. And that's not something we can abide by. Get it?
Power? Are you saying you're Persona users too?
I implore you to think more carefully. Do you really want to lose your abilities? Not just anyone can wield the power of a persona. The Dark Hour is a frontier that is ours alone to explore. And the same goes for the Tower of Demise.
That's your reason for stopping us? Then you're the ones who need to think. Who knows what might happen if we don't do something?
A catastrophe brought on by the shadows. What difference does it make, really? Disasters will always exist. And humans will always destroy each other, regardless of what the shadows do. Either way, no one can predict what misfortunes will befall who. But more importantly, it's time you accepted the truth. Surely you will acknowledge the sense of fulfillment the Dark Hour has given you.
Yeah, do you think I like this?
Is it not so? How about the rest of you? Do you also wish to return to your pathetic, ordinary lives?
Huh?
I don't enjoy this at all.
Whatever. You all got your own selfish reasons for fighting. That so-called justice of yours ain't nothing but an excuse. There's nothing righteous about any of you. You're all just hypocrites. Like hell you chumps are gonna stop us.
What did you say?
Have fun in there.
Damn it! They locked us in.
There is no need to panic. Instead of wasting resources, I recommend we prioritize the shadow first.
Great. If we freak out, then we're just giving them what they want.
The shadow's moving. I think it's noticed us.
All right, let's focus on our original goal. We can look for a way out after we've won. Go ahead and select your team. Everyone, prepare for battle.
The gimmick of this boss is that the Chariot and Justice will fuse, making all attacks resistant and do way less damage. You have to separate the two using Theurgy skills, splitting them apart. The other gimmick is that you have to defeat them at the same time with one move or else they heal to half HP, which isn't too bad. The fight goes out without much of a problem. The next night, Ferret comes to us and says that he remembers a little bit more about the end coming near, saying that it won't be caused by one person but multiple, unsure himself how this will happen.
Hatred for everything in this world. Well, enough of that for now. There was one more thing I wanted to tell you today. Soon, the flowers of poison will bloom. 3 in the rival garden, and 1 in your own. I don't know if this has anything to do with the end, but you should be careful.
The next day, Mitsuru gets everyone to the command room to meet our new member of SEES, Koromaru, having him equipped with a specialized collar of sorts that channels his persona powers. Truly the best as a good boy.
He says, I'm returning the favor.
Man, you're one loyal dog.
Hey, sounds good to me. I, for one, welcome him with open arms. The more the merrier, right? Who cares if you're a dog?
Much later, Makoto heads home late one night after Akutsuki asks him to stay late for a physical checkup, meeting with Takaya of Strega at the bridge, a large shadow there as well. The scripted fight doesn't last long before Takaya shoots the shadows and finishes it off using his persona. After Takaya speaks with us a little bit longer, he leaves as Mitsuru arrives to make sure we are alright.
Favorable situation, all things considered. So, given this little predicament, how do you intend to partake? Very well. Let's see what you're capable of. However, if you're not up to the task, I might just take you out with it. That was quite the spectacle. But it's time to end this. Dodge this! As a reward for your efforts, let me show you my power.
Come! Persona!
Here is an offering of sorrow. The finale was surprisingly unsatisfying, wasn't it?
On the 16th, we go with Mitsuru and Aigis to a small festival at the shrine, having fun and enjoying ourselves as Aigis learns more about the natural world.
It's as though you've had another valuable experience. You should have some too. Show Aigis the true nature of takoyaki. As for me, I'll have to decline.
What are those?
Those are masks. They're worn over the face as a form of recreation.
One can find enjoyment by hiding one's face?
Hiding your face isn't the objective exactly. Rather, you get to experience having a different one. Putting this into words is proving difficult.
So then, by wearing a different face, you are able to become a different version of yourself?
On the 20th, we see a cutscene with Junpei spotting the girl from Strega who seems to be drawing on the bench, thinking she's interesting. He goes over to speak with her a bit before leaving.
Move. Huh? Oh, sorry. Oh, what's with those funky colors?
What do you want?
Oh, nothing. My bad. Dude, how can she stand to wear that crazy outfit in this heat? And what was up with that weird drawing? I guess beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Oh well.
I should also bring up that Aigis can semi-talk to animals. Not that it's important, but it means that she can communicate with Koromaru.
Instead, are you available to assist at the moment? You are what they call a lifesaver.
Taking Koromaru for a walk, we happen to run into Takaya again, only wanting to speak, letting us ask a question. We learn more about Takaya and Strega, giving us his twisted viewpoint, saying Strega would have left Seas alone had they not chosen to eliminate the Dark Hour, saying that personas are a gift to those who are special and can wield them, saying that ridding the Dark Hour would make all personas disappear, confused as to why anyone would want to get rid of this special gift.
Eliminate the Dark Hour, we wouldn't have had a reason to interfere. It is truly unfathomable. The power of a persona is a blessing granted only to us. Yet, you insist on ending the Dark Hour, knowing full well that your powers...
Sunday, we talk with a sick man named Akinari Kamiki, a dying man with an incurable disease, stating that he will die soon, feeling weaker by the day.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of the Sun Arcana.
The next day, we see Akihiko speak with Shinjiro, who's fed up with him asking to come back again, saying no. However, Akihiko tells him that a dog named Kuromaru has joined the team, Shinjiro clearly in disbelief. Even then, Shinjiro says he can't go back after what happened nearly 2 years ago now. We then see Ken spot the two, overhearing them. We then learn a major reveal. 2 years ago, Shinjiro killed Ken's mother, but why and how?
How long are you gonna beat yourself up over that? That's why you're always behind the station. Even though you don't actually hang out with anyone there.
Doesn't matter. It was my fault. Nothing's ever gonna change that. What does it matter if I come to terms with it? Won't change the past. This isn't like it was with your sister. What happened to Miki was different.
Shinji.
It's over now. I just want to forget it ever happened.
2 years ago?
No way. It's him. So, his name is Shinji.
On the 27th, we have our third date with Elizabeth, showing her the shrine in the playground.
I wonder if this is enough. Is there a problem? I'd heard that the effects of this mystical divine grace were proportional to the amount offered. In any event, I have finished presenting my offering. Come to think of it, this system of monetary offerings is very similar to that of the fountain. There are a great many locations in your world where supplicants may request good fortune. You live in a truly wondrous place. Could those paper strips tie?
On the evening of the 28th, Ikutsuki calls everyone into the command room. Ken walks in too. The chairman says that he has the potential and can use persona, now a part of the squad, much to everyone and especially Akihiko's disbelief.
On our testing results, we've confirmed he has more than enough potential. So, I decided to call this meeting to introduce him to the rest of the squad.
Wait, Mr. Chairman,
The next day, we get another scene with Junpei and the girl from Strega. Junpei speaking more to her, even if she doesn't respond back.
I mean, your outfit is pretty memorable. So, what are you working on?
A drawing. Why?
No real reason, I guess. I just thought it's pretty awesome to have something you're passionate about.
It's nothing like that. I'm just drawing because I feel like it.
Oh. Huh. Well, I still want to see it when you're done. If you don't mind.
2 days later, Junpei finally gives his name to her, the girl ignoring him, but he sees that she's bleeding. The girl seems unbothered, but Junpei tries to help her despite protesting, finally giving her name, Chidori.
Oh, not even listening, huh? Figures. Wait, whoa, your hand! What the hell happened? You're bleeding!
What's wrong with you? Can't you mind your own business?
Are you kidding? You can't just ignore that. It's gotta have something. Give me your hand. I can wrap it up with this handkerchief.
Why are you panicking?
Huh? Who wouldn't be freaking out right now? You gotta get to a doctor. Do you want me to go with you?
You're a weird one. Chidori.
Huh?
My name. You asked, didn't you, Junpei?
On the 31st, we complete our first social link, Maiko social link, the Hanged Man, having helped her through her parents' divorce, as now she isn't sad that fell out of love anymore, understanding, telling us that she'll have to move and she'll miss us. Maxing a social link will also give you access to that social link's ultimate persona for that arcana.
The innermost power of the Hanged Man Arcana hath been set free. We now bestow upon thee The ultimate form of the hanged man within thyself.
The 2nd of September, Aigis will be joining our school in a homeroom so that she can get a feel on how to be a normal person trying to blend in.
Just ditched today.
Which means he's not here. So now it's yours. All right, take your seat.
The spot is perfect. My highest priority is to be with him at all times.
Aigis!
What is it?
Yukari, why'd you stand up?
Why? Good to see everyone's getting along so well. But do me a favor and save the drama for after class. Give me a break.
Later, Akiko asks Makoto to come with him, speaking with Shinjiro as he's starting to get pissed off with Akiko asking him to come back so much, though he stops when he says that Ken has joined the team. Staying silent for a moment, Shinjiro says that he agrees to come back.
Amada has joined our team.
What the hell do you mean?
He has the potential, and Ikutsuki-san approved it. He's a Persona user now.
I don't believe it. Tell me one more thing. Was it his decision to join?
Yeah. He came to us.
I see. Then, I guess I'll stick around. So, you're in charge now, huh? I got a question for you. What are you fighting for? I see. Well, you do you. We gotta work together either way. My old room still empty?
Yeah.
Today, we begin the lover social link with Yukari.
How I really feel, though.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of the Lover's Arcana.
On the 4th, Junpei speaks with Chidori, noticing that her hand has healed when it last bled. The two talk, and Junpei spills the beans that he's a Persona user.
We are supposed to laugh.
So, do you fight all alone?
Hey, I was just kidding around.
You fight during a time that no one is aware of, right? That means no one knows what you've been doing. So, you're fighting even though you'll never get any recognition for anything. I'm impressed. I guess I misjudged you.
Really? I didn't think you'd actually believe...
Some kind of web beneath us? A web? Perhaps it's related to the old power cables underground. Back when the island was still being developed, this is where the main power station was located.
Underground cables?
Yes, a large number of power cables remain underground in a sprawling network, much like a web.
So that's what's interfering with her ability?
Thank you, I guess. I figured it out now. It's not that the cables are interfering. The cables themselves have been possessed by the shadow.
They what? So, everything under our feet is part of the shadow.
No wonder you couldn't pinpoint it. It's covering this entire area.
How are we supposed to beat something like that?
Hiding underground, huh?
Junpei was supposed to join us, but he's nowhere to be seen, seeing that Chidori has tied him up.
I can't believe how easy it was to sneak up on you. Is the rest of your team this oblivious?
Damn it! I can't fight back like this! This isn't funny, Chidori.
I want you to do something for me. I have orders for you to pass along to your team. You can at least communicate with them, can't you?
My team? Orders?
Do as I say, and you won't be harmed. All you have to do is call off your operation. Easy, right? And not just the one tonight. All of them.
You want me to cancel the operation? No way. You're not one of them, are you?
Quit wasting time.
So the shadow controls a whole...
On the night of the full moon, we face off against a hermit boss, a boss that focuses on electrical attacks. Wanting to bring in Akiko for electric immunity, Shinjiro because he has no weakness, as well as Ken because he knows a higher tier healing AoE spell, and he is not weak to electricity unlike Yukari. The hermit boss isn't anything special to talk about. You just bring in an electrical immune persona for the Makoto, and you'll be fine, as well as buffing your stats.
Caster! Do it! Now... Disillusioned!
Don't ask why I'm ready, but I'm ready to take them down now. The time for a new start. Totally drawn.
I'll go with... Thought!
After the battle, we locate Junpei and Chidori, taking Chidori in, keeping her at the hospital for information and questions.
What kind of organization is Strega? Are there others besides you three?
Hey! Wait, Junpei! You're not supposed to be here, remember?
Chidori!
Junpei! Sorry. He wouldn't stop asking about where she was.
How are you feeling? Looks like you calmed down now.
She certainly has. In fact, she won't say a word. Maybe we should confiscate her sketchbook, too.
Come on, you don't have to go that far. Taking that away isn't gonna make her talk.
I'm not so sure. She was quite upset when we took her evoker. Speaking of which, where did you get your hands on that?
Mitsuya.
Give it back to me! I want her back!
Hey, didn't I tell you not to bring that up?
What else am I supposed to do? I'll have someone else try next time.
Why? Why did you take her from me? Mitsuya.
Takeba, call a nurse. We're done for today. I'll let Ikutsuki-san know we're having difficulties.
Oh, okay.
We then get a scene with Takaya and Jin saying how those whose personas were forced upon them don't last, saying they won't go after Chidori as they fall into our ploy. Takaya also states that personas forced on someone are much harder to control and even killing the host at times.
Retrieve it. This was truly a terrible piece of work. In exchange for drawing out the full extent of a persona's latent power, the cost is that they become exceedingly difficult to control, especially for those who had their power forced upon them, like ourselves. To a persona that has lost control, the user is but a shackle. In those days, it was more commonplace to be killed by our own personas than by the shadows. This was the result of one such killing. I am a shadow, the true self. Regardless, I'm not one to dwell on the past.
Chidori refuses to talk, although not with Junpei. Shinjiro coming in to save Chidori, as we see her persona trying to kill her. Mitsuru questions how he got the medicine, in which Shinjiro only says that some things you can't do walking the righteous path.
Berserk. It happens.
It happens.
Weren't you guys watching? You could see her persona strangling her for a second. They're not like
to live
us.
in a world without you.
You're so weird, Junpei.
Look who's talking.
Hey, wait! Shinji!
Shinjiro leaves, Akiko going after him. When questioned, Shinjiro doesn't answer him on whether or not he's taking suppressants, punching him as he states that 10 years ago he couldn't save his sister Miki from the burning orphanage where they lived, saying that the sole reason Akiko is so obsessed with becoming strong is to fight for what he believes is right, asking if Shinjiro forgot that promise, pressing the question as to why Shinjiro is taking the drugs, only being vague as he says there's something he needs to take care of and take responsibility for, and to not worry about him.
I wasn't strong enough to get past the adults holding me back to even try.
That's why I try so hard. I thought you felt the same way. We promised each other to become strong enough to do what we think is right. So why? Why'd you start taking those drugs without telling me?
I'm back in the fight now. I have no reason to suppress my persona anymore. So just let it go.
Damn it. And the side effects?
There's something I need to take care of. It's something only I can do. I gotta take responsibility.
What do you mean?
Listen, quit worrying about me. Just do what you think is right. Got that?
Shinji.
On the 10th, we go and hang out with a lone monk who's drinking at Club Escapade. His name is Mutatsu, learning life lessons from the old drunken monk.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of the Tower Arcana.
Huh? Flowers? Those are cut flowers, right? Whoa. How'd you do that?
I gave
The 12 has Chidori and Junpei talking with each other, Junpei telling her that without his power, he would have no reason to live, saying that he used to dream to be a baseball pro player as a child. Chidori saying that she doesn't remember much from childhood, except a white, hating hospitals, saying she doesn't mind it, with Junpei here though.
Well, yeah, I guess. But that's about all I've got going for me. Without this power, I'd be a nobody. I just talk a big game, pretending like I'm some kind of hero. But in reality, I don't know what the hell I'm fighting for. In fact, I don't even really have a good reason to live.
a good reason to live. Good reason.
When I was a kid, I had this silly dream.
A dream?
I used to want to grow up to be a pro baseball player. Pretty stupid, huh? But I guess that's part of being a kid.
I wouldn't really know. I don't remember much from my childhood. I only remember one thing. Being surrounded by white.
On the 18th, Takaya realizes that Makoto's point of view won't change, saying that their final battle will come sometime soon. Still unable to see how they can't view personas as God's gift. I also forgot to mention that a typhoon is about to hit, and Makoto needs to go home.
You have been blessed with a power greater than any other, and yet you don't see its true value. Such a shame.
Running through the rain into the dorm, as we sleep, Makoto feels very tired and decides to sleep. Igor checks in on us and tells us that a great catastrophe is coming soon, giving us new personas to fuse. We also fell asleep for 3 days. The The 23rd, we max at the Hermit social link with Maya confessing she loves us, the game service shutting down, helping her through her own personal problems in her life, from coworkers to self-doubt. Oh, and Maya's actually Miss Toriumi, our teacher. In an earlier social link, she says how she finds Mikoto, or the emo kid, very cute and wishes she could date him, so, yeah.
We now bestow upon thee the ultimate form of the hermit within thyself.
Lots of days are passed by just raising social links and stats. The full moon comes by again as we prepare ourselves. Shinjiro and Nort Ken is to be found. I actually screwed myself for this fight because I forgot to level up Yukari while in Tartarus, focusing on Shinjiro, forgetting he wouldn't be here as well as Ken. I guess Yukari being lower levels for this fight, which is really bad and kinda screwed me over. What should have been an easy fight turned into 2 hours of attempts until I got lucky. One of the gimmicks for this fight is that you need to beat the Strength Shadow first in order to do damage to the other one, while the Fortune Arcana spams roulette attacks. These roulette attacks are predetermined, so you can play around them, unlike in the original Persona 3 battle. The most devastating effects being that all party members take 300% damage, effectively killing anyone under 200 HP, as well as buffs or debuffs hitting everyone and healing everyone. The fight is mainly a slog on my end this time, as I had to make sure Yukari nor Aigis died while dealing damage to the Strength Shadow. Thankfully, the Fortune Shadow doesn't have much HP and goes down pretty easily without too much trouble.
I'll go with White light!
I'll show you! It is time. Palladium! I have a really bad feeling about this roulette board.
Don't sleep through dreams that can't come true. No more tears shall drop from your cheeks anymore.
Nothing's happening? Here, G. Pull the trigger. I think I can use it now.
During the battle, Ken and Shinjiro confront each other, Ken ready to kill Shinjiro as he states that he will avenge his mother's death. Shinjiro accepts if that's what Ken wants, instead of making him back down. He asks him if he's prepared to live with that feeling of taking someone's life, telling him to make sure that the guilt doesn't gnaw at him, like it has for Shinjiro killing his mother, wanting to atone.
It's my fault. This is what I deserve, but I gotta give you a warning.
A warning?
You take my life, and you're going to end up just like me. You better be prepared for that.
What? Are you begging for your life?
Even if all you have now is hatred, one day you'll regret it.
Shut up! That's bullshit!
I must say, I agree.
Takaya shows up ready to kill them both, aiming his revolver at them. Takaya says that he will end them both, knowing that Ken was going to take his own life soon after taking Shinjiro's life. Ken not answering the question, as Shinjiro looks to him in disbelief.
You were planning to join him once the deed was done, were you not?
Mata, what?
This may be a bit ill-timed, but no matter. It matters not whose life I take first. You're both destined to perish anyway.
Shut the fuck up!
No!
Now then, with what life you have left, answer me this. There is a navigator in your ranks similar to Chidori, is there not? You've been killing the shadows we wish to protect with startling efficiency before we can even arrive. Tell me, which one of you is it? If you don't expedite your answer, then this will hurt you more than it hurts me. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Or are you ready to talk?
There's no one.
Wait! It's me.
Really now?
It's the truth. That's the only reason they let me join, even though I'm a kid.
Who are you?
Quiet. I wasn't talking to you.
It doesn't matter now. I'll never have my revenge. I don't have any reason to live. What's the point in fighting anymore?
I see. So, you accept salvation. What a beautiful end to your life. Very well. You shall go first. Rest peacefully.
Mom.
Just what was that for? What reason could you possibly have to risk your life for this child?
Shinji!
Your companions? How very unfortunate. The fun had just begun.
Shinji! Hang in there!
Aragaki! Senpai!
Aragaki-san!
What's with the long face? Isn't this exactly what you wanted? It's all right. Hold on to that anger. Let it be your strength. You've still got your whole life ahead of you, don't you, kid? From now on, you're gonna have to live for yourself.
But I can't.
Okay. Look after him.
I will.
This is how it should be.
No words can express the sense of loss we feel as a result of this terrible tragedy. He had a lifetime of opportunity ahead of him. As educators, we are to blame for ignoring his silent calls for help. We tragically lost him to senseless violence before we had a chance to help him realize his true potential. Forgive us. Forgive us for our negligence.
He just never stops talking. I'd never even heard of any Aragaki. Had you?
I heard he never came to school. Probably just some punk. I just want to get home. I gotta study for my mock exam.
Hey, you guys know who this Aragaki is? Wait, you're not even in the same year. No way you'd know him then. Anyways, it's crazy that stuff like this really happens, huh? Huh? What the hell's your problem? Shut up. Huh? What are you getting up for?
I said shut the hell up!
Iori, sit down.
Damn it!
Just ignore them, Junpei. Hey, have you seen Sanada-senpai today? Oh, I meant besides at the dorm. He was absent this morning. I wonder if he'll show up at all. I hope he's okay.
Hey. At the usual for lunch. I was wondering what ramen tastes like when you skip class. It's surprisingly good. You could have invited me at least once, you know. Come on, say something. Why do you have to be like that? Always going off without saying a word. Put yourself in my shoes for a change. You think it's the other way around? Yeah, you're right. I was always the one running off on my own. I was too obsessed with getting stronger, ever since I lost Miki. That's all I've cared about. I thought if I was strong enough, I could protect anyone, but I was wrong. And now you're gone too. God, it's like the world is laughing at me. I knew what we were getting into. I knew we were putting our lives on the line, but I was so focused on fighting that I didn't see anything else. It doesn't matter how strong I was. Look what happened! I know, Shinji. Crying won't change anything, right? I don't need you to tell me that. In the end, I can't run away from who I am. I've had enough of this. Rest easy, Shinji. You just watch from there with Miki. I've still got a job to do. Isn't that right?
After the tragic event, Fuka realizes that Ken is gone, worried about him, saying she's going to look for him. Akihiko saying we should leave him be for now, wanting him to decide how to live. Akihiko talks with Ken about life and death, saying he can stay in a rod or come with them and continue the fight and stand tall.
But if you still have the will to fight, then come back and stand on your own 2 feet.
I know that. I've known it all along. I've just been lying to myself. I needed something to hate. To keep myself going. I
couldn't face the thought of being alone. But that's exactly what happened. All this time, I've just been running away. All right. I'm not running away. I'm not running away anymore. I swear it. Aragaki-san, I'll see this through to the end. Goodbye, Mom. I'll be okay now.
That night, Makoto is visited by Ferris, telling him that he now understands how important death is, despite it happening every day. He speaks about the end again, calling it the fall.
For the first time, I have a friend. Lately, I've been remembering things more clearly. You recall the end I've spoken of? Some were calling it the fall as well. It's drawing closer each night. Can't you feel it? You and I are like kindred spirits. So, I wonder why I'm the only one who remembers. This is tearing me up. Could it be that you can't accept me for who I am?
Much later, we get a scene with Fuka and Natsuki. Natsuki telling Fuka that she's transferring, not having said anything to Fuka, not wanting to make them both sad, messaging Fuka through text rather than face-to-face, leaving her with a goodbye, saying these words.
Here, even if we're apart, we're still connected. So, we can always talk, right? Thanks for being my friend. I'm kinda tearing up now. Natsuki-chan. Even if we're apart, we're still connected. I get it now, Natsuki-chan. I'd always assumed my powers were a reflection of my faults. I was always worried about how other people see me, and that's why my powers let me see others. But I guess there is something I want after all. Seeing everyone getting along and working together makes me so happy. So, I want us to treasure this forever. I have the power to connect people, even when they're apart. My persona has given me this amazing gift. The friendship I've always wanted.
On the 31st, we max out the Tower Social Link, learning plenty of life lessons from Mutatsu, and pushing him to go and speak with his family and son after not having spoken to them in years, finally doing so as we one day reminded him of his son, wanting to be with them and apologizing, thanking us. Nearing the end, Akiko tells everyone that after years of fighting shadows, it finally feels like a chapter in his life is closing. Aige is feeling the same way, albeit somewhat differently. Mitsuru as well, explaining that since she was a child, she remembers the Dark Hour, awakening to her persona as a child, the two thankful for the team and all they've done. The next day, we face off with Shrega and the last major shadow, the Hanged Man.
Child's play.
This can't be.
Thanks to how OP Siegfried is as a persona, this fight doesn't take much effort. However, Jin stops Takai from taking his own life, forcing them to jump into the waters below, escaping. The group then faces off with the Hanged Man. The only gimmick to this boss is that you have to face off against 3 statues first. Killing each one causes the Hanged Man to fall down slowly. Once he's down, you need to rush and do damage to him before he goes back up again, having to repeat the process. At around a quarter of its health, it spawns one giant statue. You need to defeat it before finishing off the Hanged Man.
What to do?
Come!
Amazing! Yes! This is your chance!
I guess it's time to say goodbye to the Dark Hour. Even though it seemed like a curse, for some reason I feel sad to see it go.
Yeah.
We really did it, didn't we?
Yes, we've saved the world, even if no one knows it.
Yeah.
Good morning. This is the first time we've talked during the day. Isn't this...
After we plan a celebration, Ferris shows up in our room saying it's over, and he'll go, but he'll still be here watching us, maxing out the death social link.
Upon the ultimate form of the death within thyself.
It was fun while it lasted so long.
The dog raw fish, you'll make him sick!
I guess an Akutsuki-san sure are running late.
Mitsuru's father comes over to celebrate the defeat of the Shadows, everyone taking a group photo to remember the event by, but the Dark Hour still happens, everyone confused as they hear bells in the distance, heading over to the source.
The hell?
Those guys in the suits transmogrified!
The Dark Hour's still happening? Senpai, what's going on?
I'm not sure.
Guess I was right to have my doubts.
Yeah, something didn't feel right.
Say what?
Hey, do you hear that? It sounds like a bell, but where's it coming from?
Where's Ikutsuki? And he hasn't even called. What could he be doing with Aigis that's making him so late?
Mitsuru?
Everyone, prepare to move out. We're heading for Tartarus.
To do what?
I don't know, but that's where the sound is coming from. We have to find out what's going on.
Upon arriving, we see Ikutsuki with Aigis, the major twist being that Ikutsuki wanted us to kill each major shadow, saying they were only half of a whole, saying death will arrive and bring the fall.
She's simply here to fulfill her role. As a weapon, that is.
What?
Kutsuki-san, what are you trying to pull?
You said the Dark Hour and Tartarus would disappear if we defeated the 12 Shadows. That's why we've been fighting this whole time. So why?
What are you trying to accomplish? Destroying the shadows, getting rid of the Dark Hour. It was all a lie, wasn't it? You've known since the beginning.
Excellent deduction, seems. But it did come in quite handy. I'm sure he'd be happy knowing that.
So you were behind it all?
You used my dad! And me too!
Used is such an ugly word. It had to be done for the sake of the world.
Our job is to right the wrongs of the past. And we intend to do just that.
Senpai, what are you...
I was hoping you'd be able to see the light. But you are just kids, after all. Maybe my expectations were too high. I guess it's time you fulfilled your role. Capture them and prepare them for sacrifice.
Understood. Energy output at maximum.
I guess taking everyone out and putting them on the crosses.
Your father. I won't make any exceptions.
Blast it! Igus! Execute the sacrifices now! I'm putting an end to this!
Igus! Hey, come on, I know you wouldn't do this!
Do it, Igus!
Igus!
What?
Father!
You good-for-nothing failure of a machine! I'll do it!
Koromaru!
It's all over, Chairman.
You don't get it, do you? Why do you waste your time searching for a reason to live in this broken world? There's no point to it at all. The only possible way to fix this is to start over! Yes, I was chosen. I'm going to be the god of the new world! What a shame. I was so close.
How did it come to this?
Ikutsuki-san!
Father! Father! Father.
My father once made a promise. He swore he would atone for putting our generation in danger, even if it cost him his life. But I wanted him to live. I became a Persona user so I could protect him.
Woman's room.
Well, no surprise there.
Igus isn't here either.
Just can't believe all this.
It's in the papers, too. Kirijo Group CEO dies suddenly. They're blaming it on an illness, though.
Yeah, it's never the truth.
Nope.
Kirijo-senpai's not here, huh?
Fuka then gives Yukari a CD to look at.
On here. Oh, there we go.
I can only hope that this recording reaches someone with a conscience.
Isn't this that video?
My employer has become obsessed with a loathsome idea. This experiment should never have been conceived. That's why I had to do something to put a stop to it. However, in doing so, I released a number of shadows that are certain to torment future generations. But I didn't have a choice. If I didn't do this, it could have destroyed the entire world. Please, you need to listen very carefully. Whatever you do, it is imperative that you do not hunt the shadows that have dispersed.
Uh-huh. This part's...
I wasn't able to do anything to stop this madness. He won't listen to a word I say. He's been seduced by the devil's temptations. Those monsters will try to reunite and become one again. If they succeed, then we're all doomed. I'll say it once more. Do not go after the shadows that were released!
This is the original video. The real one, before Akutsuki went and tampered with it. Dad was trying to put a stop to the experiment.
There's not much hope for me now. I have just one request. Whoever finds this, please give my daughter Yukari this message. I know I promised I'd be home soon, and I'm sorry to break that promise. But I want you to know, as your father, I was never happier in my life than when I was with you.
This really is my dad.
I love you, Yukari. Please, take care of yourself.
Dad? Dad? I know one thing for sure now. I was right to believe in you. I'm doing okay. It took a while, but I finally got your message.
Junpei visits Chidori in the hospital again, having a conversation as Chidori tells him that it hurts, not wanting him to come back.
Oh, it used to be fun when you came to visit, but now it's different.
Huh?
It hurts inside. I can't breathe. I can't take this anymore.
What do you mean? I don't understand. Did I do something wrong? Tell me what it is.
Junpei, don't come here anymore.
Chidori. But why?
Junpei and Makoto hang out as he listens to Junpei talk about Chidori, wanting to buy her white flowers, her favorite, but decides against it as he thinks she won't accept them. Makoto telling Junpei to go and see her anyway. Buying the white flowers for Junpei, we give it to him, telling him to go and see Chidori. He thanks us.
Today we have yet another transfer student. Is this really our third one? Guess that makes it a hat trick. Go on, introduce yourself.
My name's Ryoji Mochizuki. Hey there. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
You are dangerous.
Dangerous? I haven't even asked you out to dinner yet.
On the 11th, we max out the Fortune Arcana, helping Haraga decide whether to become a doctor or artist, helping him find his passion in wanting to help people, deciding to study up and become a doctor, not because of his father or anyone else, but because he wants to. We hang out with Ryoji the next day as we meet up with 3 other guys on the rooftop who are mad at him for trying to take their girlfriends, which he didn't mean to do, only being nice and asking them to dinner, and not realizing how it all seems. Makoto having aura and doing nothing, the guys leave Ryoji alone after realizing who Makoto is. We hang out with Kenji and max out the Magician Social Link, having helped him realize that his relationship with a teacher was simply all in his head, being a good friend and helping him through it.
I am thou. Thou art I. The bond thou hast nurtured hath finally matured. The innermost power of the Magician Arcana hath been set free. We now bestow upon thee the ultimate form of the Magician within thyself.
We take a trip to Kyoto and arrive.
Girls, your rooms are that way. Go on and get yourselves unpacked.
You heard her.
We'll see you later then.
Yeah, we'll see you later, dude.
Yes, I shall see you later, Yukari-san. Okay, enough of this. Aigis, you're with us. Junpei, guy's room.
Man.
Later, Yukari speaks with Mitsuru, helping her understand that though her father may be gone, she's still alive to carry out what he left behind, carrying his legacy. Mitsuru is saying that they'll face whatever comes next together.
Senpai. Yukari. Let's face what comes next together. Okay?
Of course. Alright, let's head on back and check out the bath.
The bath?
Yeah, the outdoor hot spring back at the hotel. It's really nice. Now that everything's out in the open, we have nothing left to hide.
Nothing? Well now, this is awkward.
Hey, stop blushing. You're making this awkward for both of us. Come on, let's get going. It's already past curfew.
You don't need to worry, Father. I'm not alone. And I won't turn back anymore.
The last night before leaving, the boys headed to the hot springs to relax, Junpei and Ryoji jokingly saying that they purposely chose a strange time so that they could change from men's to women's by accident, Akiko saying they're idiots, Junpei and Ryoji assuring that they only jest. However, the girls actually do come in, which is unplanned, having to pick a series of specific dialogue options in order to not get executed by Mitsuru, and to leave in one piece, heading home the next day. Today we start the Empress social link with Mitsuru, helping her to better understand normal social interactions and speech as she's been somewhat sheltered in terms of regular life.
Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of the Empress Arcana.
That night we see Takaya and Jin break into the hospital to get Chidori out.
What?
It's been a while.
That voice.
I'm glad to see you once again. Jin, the instruments, if you would.
Here. Don't tell me you can't even recognize your own evoker.
Now there's nothing in the world keeping you here, yes?
Takaya.
Surely you understand. There is nowhere for you to go. Your only choice is to come with us. You know all too well that death is not to be feared. You need only fear.
I know, Takaya.
Excellent.
It's all his fault, ever since he started getting too close.
I've suffered every single day, and now I'm afraid to die.
Hey, Chidori, hurry it up.
Medea, let's go.
Back up!
Medea.
The group searches for Chidori, heading to where she is. Getting into a fight, she actually does some damage, but again the fight is scripted and doesn't last long. Chidori seems confused and distraught.
Start.
Chidori! What the hell's gotten into you?
Can't move down just yet. Get back!
What to do?
6-3!
It hurts. I can't breathe. I'm scared.
Chidori!
I told you. Don't touch me.
Chidori, please. Tell me why you're doing this.
What I fear most isn't death. What I fear most is attachment. When I do, I become horrified by the thought of loss. My possessions, my life, everything. That's why we only ever live for the moment. But you, Junpei, you brought me pain I never wanted.
What?
When I'm with you, Junpei, I fear everything. I fear loss. I fear death. I fear my time with you will end. That's why I...
Chidori.
That sense.
What is it?
It's the others from Streka!
How did they?
Bastards! You just don't know when to give up!
I refrained from interfering as requested, and look what became of it. Chidori, I see that it is too late. You've been poisoned by them.
What the hell does that mean? You freaking ghost!
I am no ghost. Fate simply permitted me to live despite my detachment to life. You might say I was chosen.
Bastard! That's it! I'm not letting you do this to her anymore! I'll protect Chidori with my life!
Junpei.
Chidori, come with me! Don't stay with these guys!
Junpei, look out!
Junpei.
No!
Huh?
I'm so glad you're awake.
Chidori? Uh-huh. I thought I was.
I guess I was wrong. My fear, my heartache, I blamed it all on you, Junpei. I'd never felt that way before I met you. And for the first time in my life, I realized what I wanted.
And... what's that?
I want to be with you, Junpei. Forever.
I want to be with you too.
But it could never last. And it breaks my heart. We are different from you. Since the moment I gained my power, I've known the day I was going to die.
Huh?
The very thought of it horrified me. Up until then, I'd never once thought about death. But I realize now, dying means I won't see you anymore.
Chidori.
That's why this is for the best. You can't die here, Junpei.
Me? Die? What? What the hell?
Junpei-kun! Junpei! It's her persona. Does it have the power to bestow life?
I don't believe it. She brought him back from the dead?
But wait, if she goes as far as completely reviving someone, the cost for that would be...
Chidori!
So it worked. I can hear you. The sound of your beating heart. But that's all I needed to know. Now I can go on living in you. I'll always be with you.
Huh? Hey, Chidori! Stay with me! What the hell are you even talking about? Hey!
This is how it has to be. But don't worry. I'll protect you, Junpei. Always.
Yeah, same. I've got your back. I'll do everything I can to protect you. So come on.
This might be all I ever needed. Just being in each other's arms. It's nice.
Chidori!
I love you. Junpei. Thank you.
Chidori. You're kidding, right? Chidori. Say something, please. Chidori!
Pitiful. Such a meaningless end.
Meaningless? Medea? Burn in hell! You won't get away with...
Junpei! My, that was quite a spectacle. Now, allow me to respond in kind.
Micaiah, don't! Don't forget about your mission. You don't gotta waste any more time on him.
I have a much greater purpose to fulfill. And since you have no means of destroying the Dark Hour, there's no point in dealing with you any longer. Enjoy squandering what little time you have left.
Get back here!
Junpei!
Let me go! I'll...
She entrusted you with this life. Don't just throw it away.
Chidori. Chidori. Oh, God, this is so hard, but it's not just my life anymore.
Junpei.
A few days later, the group shows Junpei Chidori's journal, showing him a sketch of Junpei.
Chidori.
We go out with Elizabeth for our last date, asking if she can see Makoto's room. Elizabeth, knowing the implications one has of inviting a woman to a gentleman's room, asking Makoto to guide her through it.
Behaved quite strangely. However, even I understand the significance of inviting a gentleman into his own room. If you wouldn't mind, I'd love for you to guide me through it.
The next day, we max out the Emperor social link with Hidetoshi, helping him investigate a cigarette in the boys' bathroom. Mitsuru also takes a call. Using context clues, we know she's talking about Chidori. However, it seems she still may be alive.
Confidential until we know more. If there are any other changes... Yes, absolutely. Right then.
Get it myself, but I...
Excuse me? Oh, it's you. Sorry, I hope I didn't interrupt. I was just passing through the hall, and I heard someone playing a beautiful song on the piano. So I thought I'd stop by to watch the performance. Who was the one playing? Was it you? Oh, I wanted to ask. It might have just been my imagination, but I thought I sensed Ryoji-kun's presence in this room. Were you not with him? Hmm? I've been looking for you. What are you doing here?
I kinda just ended up here somehow. It's so strange. The sky and the ground look all weird, and there's no one around. Something bad's happening right now. But for some reason, I feel at peace.
Have you forgotten?
What?
This is the Dark Hour. Ordinary people shouldn't be free to roam about. You've adapted to it somehow. Too well for a human. I finally understand. That's why I feel this way whenever you are around. You are dangerous. You are my enemy.
Your enemy? Enemy. That's right. It was on a night like this, with a full moon. It was a long time ago.
Yes, we've met once before. You and I were enemies.
Who am am I? Who are you?
I am Aegis, the last of the anti-shadow suppression weapons. I was created to destroy shadows.
Created to destroy?
And you, your true name is Death. You are the shadow I sealed away 10 years ago.
Shadow? Yes, 10 years ago, on the night when I was born, I stood on this very bridge.
My sole purpose was to destroy shadows. That is the reason why I was given both a sense of self and a persona.
I am the bearer of the 13th Arcana. Everyone knew me as Death. But when I came into being, a part of my power was broken off and scattered. I wasn't at my full strength back then. I was incomplete.
Even so, your power was still far too great. Since I was unable to defeat you, my only option was to seal you away. However, under the circumstances, there was only one suitable vessel. A human boy who had the misfortune of being nearby. I had no other choice.
Now I see. I was inside of him all this time. And I unwittingly led him to discover my 12 missing pieces. And then... I get it. I understand now. I remember everything. I know exactly who and what I am.
Palladium!
Don't be foolish, I guess. You can't win. I'm even stronger than before.
The machine is created to serve a specific purpose. I will destroy you. That is my only reason for existing!
It doesn't have to be that way, I guess.
Sorry. I can't carry out my mission. I'm a machine that can't fulfill its purpose. I have no reason to exist. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry.
Juno! Did something happen?
Yukari? What's the matter?
Well, I realize it's a full moon tonight. You did too, huh? Oh, God. I'm turning into a workaholic. Wait, is something actually going on?
We're not certain of anything yet, but we can't find Aegis.
What? Where could she have gone?
At one point, I was able to sense a persona, but I lost Aegis right after that.
You sensed a persona? Could it have been Strega?
Well, she hasn't detected any of them, but we can't be positive.
I've pinpointed her location. The Moonlight Bridge.
All right, call the others. Let's see what's going on over there.
Aegis!
I'm sorry. I remember everything. I remember who I am, who he is. Leader, I know why I wanted to be by your side. I'm sorry. I failed. I'm sorry.
You have no reason to apologize.
You?
Ryoji-kun? Wait.
Ryoji puts Aigis out of commission, Yukari questioning why he's even here. Ryoji says that the shadows are trying to bring back the maternal being. Ryoji reveals that he is the appraiser, born of the 12 Arcana shadows. Ryoji then says Aigis was unable to defeat him back then, sealing him away instead of a boy who happened to be at the unfortunate scene, a transfer student, Makoto, having Ryoji inside of him the whole time.
He's not showing any signs of aggression.
That night we speak more of Ryoji. The maternal being is called Nyx, the mother of shadows, bestowing death upon the world. Ryoji says we cannot stop Nyx, the fall will come. Ryoji says we won't see next spring, as by then it will all end. Ryoji says that one option to ease our minds and not fear the fall is to surrender our memories of everything that has happened within the past year and all during the dark hour, living in ignorant bliss until the end of the world simply happens. Ryoji says he will give us until the last day of December for the group to decide if they want to forget and die or fight and live. The group comes together to speak on weighing their options for the fall and Nyx. Most are unsure as to what everybody wants, and Junpei snaps at Makoto, saying it's his fault for all this happening. Makoto tells him that it's nobody's fault, unable to know something like this would have happened, calming Junpei down.
We're all gonna die!
We max out the Empress social link, having taught Mitsuru how common folk life goes, as well as helping her call off an arranged wedding with an older man who would have supported the creature group not needing him.
The ultimate form of the Hierophant within myself.
We max out the Sun social link, helping Akinari deal with his inevitable death, having written a child's book before he would pass, giving us the draft, watching as he passes on with no regrets.
I have to go now. Maybe someday we'll meet again. I'd like that.
We max out the Temper social link, helping Bebe go through his grief of losing his aunt, saying that he will be returning to France to take care of his uncle, putting aside his passion for Japan in order to take care of someone of great importance. We max out a Star social link, helping Ayase to understand that he can achieve his goal of being a Star Trek runner while working to support his widowed mother and many siblings, learning to be responsible. We max out the Moon social link with Nozumi, having learned that he once had a younger brother who he envied but unfortunately passed, blaming himself as he ate and grew fat due to the stress, having joined a cult out of grief, learning in the end that none of it can change his younger brother's death, Makoto helping him to see past himself. We max out the Chariot social link, helping Kazushi to rely on others and to listen to others when faced with criticism, saying he'll change for his health and himself. We max out the Strength social link, having helped Yuko train some kids to beat 6th graders at running, Yuko realizing how fun and fulfilling it was, telling Makoto that she now knows what she will do in the future. Aigis returns home fully functional again, speaking with the group. After realizing that she failed her only purpose in life, to eliminate shadows, she feels lost and unable to obtain a new purpose, asking what she should do. Junpei tells her that the only thing she can do is to figure that out, and no one can simply give her a purpose.
With the directive to live, and the one issuing this new command is me. I'll stare fear in the face and choose to live. This is the promise I've made to myself. I'm not sure how I'll do it, but perhaps that's a part of living too.
Yeah, it sure is.
Will you allow me to join you in this fight?
The last day before the new year, and the day Makoto has made a decision as to whether or not they will continue onwards to live and fight Nyx. Ryoji heading into Makoto's room for only him to make the decision. Everyone has unanimously agreed that they will continue to live on and fight.
All disappear. Tomorrow, you'll wake up as a normal high school student. You'll be able to live in peace until the moment of the fall. But if you let me live, you'll spend every waking moment until that day dreading your inevitable death. Nyx can't be defeated. It's pointless to fight her. Are you still thinking, or have you already made up your mind?
Choosing to kill Ryoji will grant you the bad ending where you can go against everyone's wishes to live and fight Nyx, making everyone forget except Aigis, as she has to watch everyone she knows forget her. The fall happens when Makoto, Junpei, and Yukari head to karaoke, unaware the entire time that the world suddenly ended. Choosing to not kill Ryoji will grant you one final month to fully go through before the last day of January, where Nyx will be fought. Choosing to fight and live, Ryoji tells Makoto that all memories can be replaced, asking us why we don't end everyone's suffering, giving us one final chance to back down and kill him, claiming he cares about us enough to not want us to die. Makoto denies him.
Do you see? I am not human. I will bring death to this world until I am finally satiated. There is no need to hesitate over killing me. Now, consider this very carefully. Is confronting...
Ryoji speaks with the group shortly after, saying that we will find Nyx at the top of Tartarus on the Promised Day, the 31st of January. That is how much time the group has to be fully prepared before they are faced with annihilation. Ryoji saying we will be unable to fully kill Nyx, understanding once we face them.
Exactly 1 month from tomorrow, January 31st, 2010. On that day, Nyx will descend to Tartarus, and that's when the world will end.
1 month?
Tartarus is a gigantic rift in the night sky. It acts as a beacon to guide Nyx. With the Appriser's arrival, Nyx learns that the way has been prepared, and she begins her descent. And with her, she brings the demise.
That explains why it's called the Tower of Demise.
We then max out the full social link with the team, having fully come to the ultimate conclusion, everyone having grown over the past year, ready to face whatever will come together.
I am thou, thou art I. The bond thou hast nurtured hath finally matured. The innermost power of the Fool Archon hath been set free. We now bestow upon thee the ultimate form of the Fool within thyself. I am thou, thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create the persona of the Judgment Arcana.
The group starts the new year by going to the shrine, hanging out and having fun despite the close arrival of Nyx and the fall, only able to move forward, the entire month accompanied by a heavy tone and somber mood.
I drew a paper fortune, and it said great luck. I'm sure that means everything will work out for the best.
Planning on heading back?
Makoto spends time with Koromaru, the last linked episode with him, having met many people during his episodes that know him, walking with him to the shrine. It dawns on Makoto that after everything is done, the dorm will be disbanded, meaning that Koromaru would have nowhere to stay. Asking Koromaru directly, he tells us that he wants to stay with Makoto after the battle, Makoto agreeing, placing his trust in us by handing us an old collar that used to belong to him, his most precious gift. Today we spend time with Aigis and begin her Aeon social link, only having this month to do it. After her battle for Yoji, she realized she was becoming more human, which shouldn't be possible, always trying to deny it. Now asking Makoto to help her better understand human emotion and connection. The next day we max out the Justice social link with Chihiro, having helped her to stand up for herself and get over her fear of talking with guys as well as people in general, being more confident in herself now. On a side note, take this month to max out any social links or linked episodes you have missed during the past year, assuming you're not following a 100% guide if you wanted to see most things, as well as grinding Tartarus for the final battle.
This great being is known as Nyx. I have beheld her glory, and she has blessed me with power beyond belief. When Nyx arrives...
On the 12th, the group eats at the usual ramen place, and Aigis spots something on the counter, saying that a cult has popped up, Takaya being the leader, as he convinced the populace that because the fall is coming, to embrace it rather than be afraid of it. Even some students from the school talk about how they've already joined while others are hesitant to do so. While spending time with Aigis, the two run into an older lady who's looking for her cat, named Michan. Unable to find her, Aigis asking Makoto if she's useless, only being able to look at shadows, not people, or things. Makoto tells her that she's fine. Makoto and Aigis find the old woman's cat. Aigis asks the old lady if it's hard being alone, the woman saying it is, that no one can truly live alone, her words resonating with Aigis. Makoto heads the club escapade to talk with a cult member, asking to see his leader, already knowing who it is. Takaya somewhat surprised to see us visit him for once. Takaya mostly spews nonsense about Nyx and the fall, which he uses the words salvation, when in reality it's devastation. Makoto and Aigis run into the old woman again, saying she's lost her cat again, but asks him to not go and look for her. When Aigis asks why, the woman explains that when cats near the end of their lives, they leave and go to a place where they can await the end, saying that day too will soon happen to the old woman as well. Distraught, Aigis stops her for a moment before she can leave, telling her she's not alone, the old woman saying she knows, that nobody is truly alone so long as they continue to live in the world. After the old woman leaves, Aigis is still left confused, asking if the cat, or Michan, was happy for life, asking Makoto for what purpose was she born, Makoto unable to answer. Aigis says life and living means to connect with others, despite the inevitable fact that all life ends one day, saying that life is cruel, asking Makoto if someday will she too have to part with him, saying she wants to live but also feels something uncertain. While Makoto doesn't say it, he knows what she is feeling. It's love. We max out the lover social link with Yukari, having helped her see things through for her mother who she resents for moving on after her father died, not having seen her in many years, recently getting a call asking for her permission to marry somebody else, Yukari saying it's her life and doesn't really care, but is willing to go see her face to face after so long. Makoto hangs out with Aigis, who is becoming more and more human as the days pass, despite herself still calling herself a machine. Talking more with Aigis, she asks him why does he feel so important to her. Makoto saying it's love. Aigis understands.
Why do I feel this way? Why are you so important to me? This is... love? Oh, so that's it. I finally understand. I have another wish.
The next day, Aigis tells Makoto that she wonders if the cat or Michan was alone until the end, thinking that the old lady would have wanted to be there for her despite saying the cat would be fine. Aigis tells Makoto that she now sees a sort of beauty of forging bonds and relationships with others, even if one day that person may pass or leave, saying that true joy means to be alive and connect with others. Aigis says she loves Makoto. All that she can do is think about him. Makoto says he loves her as well. Aigis, filled with such strong emotions, says she can't look at him. They both leave to head home. Mr. Yumi asks us what we want to do after we finish high school, asking if we want to go to work or college. Makoto gives an answer. Toriyumi says she's not really worried about him, saying he's grown so much over the year, almost unrecognizable, asking what changed him, Makoto saying that meeting people has helped them. We max out the Aeon social link with Aigis, taking Makoto to her room as she wants to spend time with him, asking him to untie her ribbon which reveals a special location on the back of her neck, describing it as her artificial psyche, the Papillon heart, wanting Makoto to touch it despite being delicate, saying that in doing so it will burn his genetic information into it, wanting something of Makoto that can never be erased, a permanent memory within her. Makoto holds her hand and agrees, Aigis giving a small warning that she may suddenly make strange noises when he does so. If that isn't one giant metaphor, I don't know what is.
The ultimate form of the Aeon within thyself.
After the day, I spent the last few remaining days of grinding Tartarus, reaching max level with the main team going in to fight Nyx, as well as everybody else, fusing ultimate personas and gathering powerful equipment to aid in our battle with Nyx, spending time with what little we have with anyone that is available. On the Promise Day, Seize holds the last meeting before heading into Tartarus. Yukari says that Ryoji mentioned that ridding the Dark Hour will effectively erase everyone's memories about all that has happened within the Dark Hour, and personas will cease to exist. Yukari saying that even if their memories are robbed, they shall remember them. Everyone agrees, having forged an unbreakable bonds with each other. However, Yukari suggests that they all should meet up on graduation day, in case they do happen to forget, picking a special day and location so that they may remember. Everyone agrees. We leave and head up to the last floors of Tartarus, running into Jin who tries to stop us. However, with how strong we have become, he doesn't stand a chance. Soon after, a large number of shadows appear, and we need to leave. Makoto asking Jin to come with them, saying he doesn't want their damn pity. Leaving him, Jin pulls a pin on the grenade and mocks the shadows, saying he's going to go out on his own terms, not theirs. The group, hearing the explosion, keeps moving on forward.
Look at these ugly clowns, crawling up in droves. You're not eating me.
It isn't long before we run into Kaya blocking our path, telling him we'll push past him as we battle him. Takaya is more difficult if only because you cannot one-shot him due to having forced voice dialogue lines throughout the battle. Attacking with dark spells and insta-kill spells, which are annoying, especially because around this point I ran out of an item called Homunculuses, which sacrifice themselves whenever an insta-kill would hit a party member or the main character. Near the end of the fight, Takaya will somehow use his own Theurgy skill and deal massive damage to everyone. Surviving and taking him down, the fight took me around 2 attempts.
Salvation has come! Hypnos!
Get out of here! Everyone has been struck by fear! I have a bad feeling about this!
I'll go with.
Please get up!
Victory! I can use Theurgy! This can't be!
The group leaves him and the game gives you one last chance to fully prepare and save before heading to the absolute top of Tartarus.
So this is the top.
Look at that! In the sky! Oh no!
Nyx?
There's no mistaking its power, even without my persona. I've never encountered anything like it before. Ryoji-kun.
That was my name for a time. I almost miss it.
What's going on? Wait, could you be...
I am merely a harbinger of the fall. Or perhaps I should say, former harbinger. There is no longer a distinction to be made between Nyx and myself.
I see. So this is your purpose. Still, I don't regret my decision. We're taking you down no matter what you are!
I see. Then you must already understand. What people fear the most, what they try to turn away from. That is the wretched thing I have become.
We know that.
Yeah, we're ready.
It's the one absolute for all living things.
Then, you must also understand that it is futile to resist. Will you still face me? Surely, there must be fear in your hearts.
Yeah, of course I'm scared. But who gives a shit? I've got too much to live for!
I'm sick of running away. Living means looking death square in the face. So I won't back down. Not even from you.
Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I will stop you. This is my choice.
I see.
Get ready, everyone! Nyx is attacking! I'm also sensing multiple shadows approaching from the lower floors!
Stand by, team! Intercept those shadows! This is the final battle. Victory at all costs!
Come on, everyone! Let's band together and win!
Nyx has a whopping total of 14 phases, the most of any boss in any RPG or JRPG game that I have ever played, each one boasting different weaknesses and strengths, and rotating what abilities Nyx will use. While Nyx may not be difficult if you bring in the best weapons and armor, personas, items, or equipment, the fight is still long. Nyx will target your team's weaknesses, so you want to equip with whoever you bring weakness nullifying items, as well as resistances to status ailments.
The moment man devoured the fruit of knowledge, he sealed his fate. Entrusting his future to the cards, he clings to a dim hope. Yes, the Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Attaining one's dream requires a stern will and unfailing determination.
Nyx's Arcana just changed to the Magician! His properties changed along with the Arcana! Be careful! It doesn't matter how many times he changes Arcana, I'll scan him no matter what!
I have to do that. I don't care what you are! I'm not backing down!
I'll hit them where it hurts.
I'll show you!
Just accept it.
Say it!
What is optimal?
This is my duty!
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. The silent voice within one's heart whispers the most profound wisdom.
In this situation,
Persona!
Thank you.
thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it.
The time is right.
shall fall. Just accept it. Impossible.
It is time. Persona, engage! Pull the trigger. I won't lose. And one more.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Celebrate life's grandeur, its brilliance, its magnificence.
Evasive maneuver.
Possible. I'll go with Persona.
Ready to engage. Orchia activated. Over here! Watch this!
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Only courage in the face of doubt can lead one to the answer.
Once on the 4th phase, switching to the Emperor Arcana, Nyx will infuse her sword with an energy getting more deadly, the sword dealing massive damage if Nyx crits or gains an extra turn, usually killing a team member if this happens.
Everyone in it! I know it can do it!
A good strat like always is to use Debilitate on Nyx to debuff all of their stats or buff your own stats, mainly either defense or evasion, which may be better as each time Nyx switches to a different phase or Arcana, all stat debuffs on them are removed.
Hear my prayers. Let me help you all.
Say it!
This is my duty. I have to do this. Isis!
Much obliged.
Thank you very much. I'm ready. Persona!
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. It is indeed a precious gift to understand the forces that guide oneself.
Switching to the Hierophant Arcana, Nyx will spread out feathers everywhere, making your team members more susceptible to status ailments, now being able to also use Doomsday Doctrine, which will randomly inflict your party with any random status ailment.
Vulnerable to mental ailments. Nyx just changed the Hierophant. We won't be defeated.
It's
Successfully
possible.
avoid. This is bad, isn't it?
I'll go with. The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. There is both joy and wonder in coming to understand the hearts of others.
Nyx just changed to the Lover's type. I'm not giving up, no matter how long it takes.
What to do?
Out of my way!
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. One of the greatest blessings attained from the gift of life. is the freedom to pursue one's personal goals.
Nick switched to the chariot now! Everyone is with me. This time, I will defeat you!
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. To find the one true path, one must seek guidance amidst uncertainty.
Nick's changed to the Persona!
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. It requires great courage to look within oneself and forge one's own path.
He changed himself to the Hermit! Is optimal. Persona, engage! I think I can use it now. Hear my prayers. Let me help you all! There we go!
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Ever present alongside time is fortune, cruel and unflinching.
Now it's the Fortune Arcana!
What to do? Persona.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. One needs strength to endure and rise above suffering and
Nick switched to the Strength Arcana! Entering full automation mode! Maximum output!
the Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. In the face of unavoidable disaster lies the opportunity to search for redemption.
Nick's changed!
I'll go with.
Come! This is my duty!
The moment man devoured the fruit of knowledge, he sealed his fate. Entrusting his future to the cards, man clings to a dim hope. Yet the Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Beyond the journey you have taken lies the absolute end. It matters not who you are. One thing is always certain. Death awaits all.
I sense the Death Arcana. This is Nyx's true form.
I didn't want you to suffer, but the time for that is long past. Is this really what you desire? Well, I already know the answer. Very well, let us continue until the world meets its end.
I am with you to the very end. Stay strong!
Nyx's last few phases are the most deadly, dealing high damage and using light and dark instant kills, the last phase being the Death Arcana, Nyx's strongest and highest health phase. However, Makoto sacrifices all he has to put an end to Nyx.
You cannot avoid death. To live is to die. They are one and the same. The time has come.
Operation unsustainable.
Did we do it?
Such a pity. You understand your fate, yet you still fight against it with all your might. If only there were more like you, then perhaps the fall could have been prevented. But it's too late now.
It's the moon. It kind of looks like Ryoji-kun's getting pulled into it. No, wait. It's the moon that's being pulled down to us!
You're kidding me. Are you saying that Nyx is the moon itself?
It's coming. Soon it will descend upon us, crashing into the earth.
Where am I?
Hey, what's going on? What the hell is that? What's going on? Hey, look up there! Is that the moon? What is going on?
What is that thing? I can't get a signal.
My phone isn't working. What's going on?
No. You heard anything about this? What's going on? Holy crap! Look at the moon! Holy shit, this is amazing! It's really the apocalypse! The world is finally ending!
Last.
You!
Oh, marvelous! I can't believe the moment has finally arrived! Shut up!
What are we gonna do? Something's coming from the moon!
What is this? It's like something's crushing me.
This is nothing.
Unbelievable! Even now you continue to struggle. Shut up! You bastard! Death will be patient no longer. Can't you see that? What can you hope to accomplish now? I wish You were here to see it all end, Jin.
I will never give up. Never!
Why? What good will it do to rise up? Just give in.
Hell no. I'm not backing down.
We made our choice. We staked our lives on it.
Amada!
God damn it!
We've come so far. It can't end here!
Okay, gotta stay calm. That's right, like Fuka was when she saved me. I'm the one who said we're always connected. That's how I know you're still hanging in there, Fuka. I'm scared as hell right now, but I know I can't give up. Right, Fuka?
What's going on?
Am I dreaming?
Man, what am I gonna do?
How can this be happening?
What on earth? Is that coming from the school?
Are we in the afterlife, dear?
I have no idea. What the heck is going on?
What's going on? Why is the world suddenly declaring an emergency?
Someone's gonna have to pay big for this one.
I guess all I can do is believe in them. Don't die out there.
There's no need to worry. This isn't the afterlife. You're still...
Makoto opens his eyes to see that he's at the Velvet Room, Igor telling him that his bonds will determine his potential, telling him to listen.
Strength of your social links will determine your potential. Listen. Can you hear their many voices? Each one's power is faint, yet they all reach out to you. Can you feel them? Close your eyes and listen. Their voices may be faint, but you hear them, don't you?
I'll always have your back. All I can do right now is pray, but whatever it is, man, don't worry about a thing. I know you can do it.
I know you're facing a difficult task somewhere out there, but I truly believe that you can overcome any obstacle.
Something frightful is going on, but we're not giving up.
That's right, dear. We have to be strong for him.
Something crazy's going on here, but I know you're out there doing all you can. I'm not gonna lose hope. I learned that from you.
I'm okay right now, and it's because you gave me the courage to stand on my own. So please, you can't give up.
Oh god, I'm freaking out here. But I know he's doing his best out there too. I don't even know what he looks like, but I know he's okay. I can feel it.
I know you're trying to stay focused. You were there when I needed you. I hope I can do the same.
Hey! Can you believe what's going on? I know you must be doing everything you can, so I will too.
Everyone else is scared, but not me. You showed me how to be tough. I won't give up.
How are you doing? Ça va, I hope? I am here for you, like you was there for me.
What on earth made me think of you at a time like this? Well, I suppose you did teach me a thing or two about trust.
You were the one who taught me that running away never solves nothing. And I bet you're somewhere out there fighting the good fight right now. Well, I'm here for you too, kid.
I'll take on any challenge that comes my way without passing blame. You taught me that. I bet you're fighting right now too, huh?
You saved me. I was so blind before. I'm sure you've got things under control, right? You always do. I know I'm not the only one who's suffered. You've endured a lot too. But you can't just give up. You taught me that.
Can you hear them? These are the voices of hope that wish to help you. Separately, they are weak. But together, they will bring about a great change in you. Now is the time to draw on the true strength of the bonds you have forged.
I never dreamed of seeing that card with my own eyes.
This is indeed a surprise.
Behold, the greatest power that you and I shall unveil. It is the power to bring about a new beginning, or the ultimate end. With this newfound power, it might now be possible. Perhaps you can save those you hold dear from that which cannot be defeated. What you have in your hands is the power of the universe. Nothing is outside the realm of possibility for you now.
We will soon reach your destination.
It seems that, in addition to death, fate has also dealt you the wild card. You must accept your destiny. Our contract has been fulfilled. I have completed my role as well. You were truly a most remarkable guest.
How are you even standing right now?
Hey, you can't be going out there by yourself.
No, don't go! No, wait! What are you doing?
Damn it! Why? Why the hell can't we get up?
Don't do this! We've already come so far together!
God damn it!
Why aren't you listening? Come back!
I will.
What can we do? How can we help him?
gonna get through this. Together!
Give him strength! Take my life if you must!
Anybody else to y'all is secondary. Time's running out if you have any. Don't worry, I'm invincible, so legendary. If I fall down, I'm gonna get back up. Right back up, made it to where I left off. Caught by the fear of the cause I got a view of my back, I've already. Yeah, I got it locked down, the end is coming in, so burn your dread.
You better come back from this! You hear me?
Don't worry about a thing, it's in my
Don't believe it! He's going to face it all alone!
No, he's not alone! I'm not letting him die!
Don't worry about a thing, it's in my bag, so burn my dread. Little about a situation, every second I was losing patience. Couldn't execute like daily operations. Who could, when we had such a deep relationship? But I chose the path, the right path for sure. Giving my all for cure, more. Probably the toughest decision I made, and ready for whatever else. Just the pain, I can touch the road.
You promised, didn't you? Please, you have to make it back!
All right, let's do this.
After that, everyone else finds themselves floating in space, hearing Ryoji's voice with Makoto nowhere to be seen. Ryoji tells everyone that Makoto is fine, and that he has found the answer to life's greatest question, saying that it just happened sooner than it will for everybody else, saying Aigis will soon find that answer as well.
I know you are! I refuse to believe that you're gone! Answer me! I know you're listening! We're here! Say something, please!
Don't worry.
That voice.
I will sleep once again. Peace will return to this universe. For you. And for him. He's found the answer to life's greatest question. It just happened a bit sooner than it will for the rest of you.
Life's greatest question.
Aigis.
Now how did we end up back? Hey! Look over there!
Whoa, what's up with Tartarus?
It's finally happening. Everything's going back to normal.
Our job is done.
Wait, is that... You're back! Oh, thank goodness!
You sure took your damn time! Seriously, you were really stringing us along there.
You had me going. I was starting to think we'd never see you again.
Guys, come on. This isn't the time to be crying.
You're crying too, Sonata-san.
Finally, the team's all here.
Leader. Huh? Oh no, they won't stop. What's wrong with me? Now that I think about it, that girl...
Ah, crap!
This is just between you and me, okay? Get this. So, next month, I heard we have 3 fine-looking teachers coming in. After Miss Kano leaves, the faculty roster...
Today is the last day of the game, and in classic RPG fashion we get to use today to talk with everybody else we have bonded with. Some say how excited they are to start the later year as third years, hoping that Makoto is excited as well, while others give us a bit more closure on certain people who are not here themselves, such as Maiko, the little girl at the shrine, speaking with her father who tells us that she is doing well, Akinari's mother who sits at the bench where he sat and spoke to us, handing her his draft of his children's storybook which he wrote, The Pink Alligator, thanking us. The drunken monk, Mutatsu, sent us a letter saying how his wife and son accepted his apology, now a family again. Bebe sent us a letter hoping we are doing well and that he's doing fine back in France. However, he will not return, apologizing, saying he won't forget us. Hayase, the Star Trek athlete, says he's doing fine, hoping that we'll see each other soon.
Anyway, you've been different lately, Miss Toriyumi. You're looking more and more like a professional. Your lesson the other day really caught my eye. It seemed like you spent a lot of time preparing it. I've never seen you so passionate about teaching before. It's unparalleled.
Unparalleled? Well, yes, I have been studying while making preparations lately. Things like how to best communicate the lessons I'm looking to teach. I guess it does seem kind of out of the blue, huh? The thing is, I've decided to stop wasting my time only looking at what's right in front of me.
How wonderful! I'm impressed by your change of heart. What brought this on?
Well, when I was just goofing off one weekend, I met someone. After that, I took a closer look at my life. That person... Wait, they were real, right? They had to be.
Ah, yes, I understand. I myself once had a similar epiphany. Now that I think about it, I met my darling husband thanks to a destiny called fate.
Destiny called fate? Isn't that a bit redundant? Besides, you should be careful what you say to a single woman. Anyway, if you'll excuse me. Oh, is everything okay? Do you need something? You don't look well. Maybe you should go to the nurses. Wait, you dropped something. What? Huh? This phone wallpaper...
Now, mister. No cell phones at school. That screen. I read downward. Love you. My! What a charming confession of love. Did you make this?
Your girlfriend? Never mind that. What's going on? Why do you have this screen cap? Oh, don't. Don't tell me you got it online. The only ones who were on that server were... No, it couldn't be. There's no way. Are you kidding? No, no, no!
Calm down, Miss Toriumi. Help! Someone call a doctor!
Don't tell me. You're Tatsuya? I said all that to you? Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, no! This can't be happening! I quit this school! I'm leaving! I'm never coming back! Oh, I can't live with this! Just kill me now! So, you really are... I'm... Maya! I'm Maya. It's me, damn it! You got a problem with that? Why don't you say something? Jeez, idiot. This is so embarrassing! Ugh. But there was one thing I wanted to say. If we ever met face to face. I was able to turn my life around thanks to you. So, thank you. Wipe that smile off your face, or I'll wipe it off for you with my fists. Anyway, if you don't mind. If you don't mind.
Those who we talked to in person all say nearly the same thing at the end when we talk to them, saying that Makoto looks sick and that we should get some rest, which is true since the season changing likely made us sick, but Makoto will recover.
It's me, I guess. May I please come in?
Thank goodness. I'm so happy to see you again. I'm sorry to show up so suddenly, but I really needed to talk to you. I remember everything. It seems like everyone else has forgotten, but I remember. That day we... I'm sorry. It's just that when I remembered, I was afraid you might go somewhere far away, like you did during the last battle. Today is graduation day, isn't it? I'm sorry. The ceremony's already begun. The weather is so nice outside. Do you remember where we all promised to meet? Why don't we go ahead and wait for the others? We can enjoy the peaceful view of the city.
The time to part has finally come. Though this is our last day together, we want the third-year class to know that we're truly proud of you. We wish each of you good health, happiness, and success. On this momentous occasion, I bid you all a fond farewell on behalf of the student body.
Next, a word from the valedictorian. From Class D, Mitsuru Kirijo-san.
Thank you. This past year, I accepted an important responsibility as Student Council President. When I first addressed you from this podium, I spoke to you all about seizing opportunity while you had the chance. It must have been fate that intervened and gave me an important reminder of this. As many of you know, my father He unexpectedly passed away due to sudden illness. Sudden illness?
Wow, that's rare. I've never heard her stumble in a speech before.
It's a big day. It must be tough to talk about her father.
I remember now. That's right. After my father died, there was a time I lost motivation to live my life.
Am I forgetting something?
Sonata-senpai? What are you doing?
Koromaru!
But no longer. I shall honor my father's will. I won't run from the future. I'll face it head on. Not a single doubt remains in my mind. And the reason...
Our promise.
Mitsuru.
That's right! It's because I have forged such wonderful friendships. And we swore that we would never lose hope, no matter what the future may bring.
Senpai! We remembered him, and Aigis!
Yes, I did as well. Let's go. They're waiting.
Hello, this is the ceremony. We're not done.
The wind. It feels so nice. I admit, I'm finally noticing the beauty of spring. It's wonderful. And yet, without exception, each and every season will come to an end. We fought side by side. We faced the world's end. And now, I'm finally beginning to understand what it was I'd been searching for. I always wondered what it really meant to live. Now I think it's following your heart, fighting for what you can change, and accepting the things you can't. Nothing on this earth lasts forever. Every life will one day fizzle out. That holds true for all of us, and as soon as you come to terms with it, you realize something. You see what really matters, and find out what it is that gives your life meaning. When I learned that I wasn't strong enough, I was tormented by it. Now I understand why. Protecting others is the duty I was given. But to me, it was more than an obligation. At some point, it became something I wanted to do for myself. Once I decided to try and prevent the fall, something inside me clicked. When I thought about how I might never see you again, that's when I first understood what mattered to me the most. And so, I made up my mind. What I want is to protect you from now until the end of time.
I want to stay by your side. And I know I'm not the only one out there who could do this. But still, I want to. Because I'm positive. If I do it for you, then nothing's a waste. My life will have meaning. So, thank you. Sorry. What's gotten into me? It's good. I finally found a reason to live. So why am I... They're here. I see it now. I have friends. We support each other through thick and thin. Not everything needs to be for some greater purpose. Just caring about someone can be enough. That's all we need to give our lives meaning. As for me, I found my path. And that's to protect you with my life. Thank you so much for everything. You must be tired. Go ahead and rest now. I'll be right here. I won't be going anywhere. In a moment, the others will be joining us. It'll be okay. I'm right by your side, here to protect you forevermore.
Sorry for such a long video. I know at the start I said I would keep everything concise and try to condense things down when I could, and I tried my best, but some things I decided to keep in as they were, with minimal cuts. This game in particular, its themes, characters, storyline, and overall metaphor of Memento Mori, or I remember that you have to die, has always stuck with me. The game telling you that you need to live your life even when everything seems hopeless or lost, that having connections is important, that it can bring joy into your life even if it means somebody may pass or leave. That bond still being there, never forgotten. The only thing left for me to say to all of you who have watched until the end is this. Walk your path and see it through. Cherish those close to you and never forget them, to appreciate the time given to you, and to make the most of it. Life will continue even in the darkness and death. Once you're gone, you won't be forgotten. Though the end may take all, it's not something to fear. Just live.